Chapter 12-14 Source Chi Space Navigation. Wang Wei floated alone in an isolated space, observing everything happening in the hall. I've established the foundation, but there are a few problems. The first issue he had to deal with was the lack of people. The Fate Shadow Guards were still training, and he did not have access to trusted talent to oversee the hall for him. As such, he had no choice but to use his spirit particles to create clones to control the hall. An easy solution should be creation lifeforms, Wang Wei thought. Now that I'm in the upper dimension, the tribulation should no longer be impossible. Creation lifeforms was the easiest way to deal with some of his manpower shortages. The second problem is the mission hall is not properly organized, because I don't have enough information to create a variety of missions. As he gazed at the hall, he could tell most of these missions were purposefully vague. Luckily, this will change as he develops his spy network. The third problem is the lack of heaven will. Wang Wei did not worry about the training resources for immortals since the sect provided him with ample. He also recreated many training methods or dimensions from the lower dimension, like the Dream World's Battle Tower, Willpower Tempering Method, Samsara Dao Heart Refining, Spirit/Soul Training, Time Acceleration Array, Immortal Chi Gathering Array, and many more. However, he is missing one crucial thing: heaven will. Most mortals joined for a chance at receiving one. Wang Wei priced it at 800 million fate points with other requirements to buy time. I can solve this issue by raiding a few sects with reserve, he thought before focusing on his most significant problem. I have recruited 16 Empyreans, 40 Dao rulers, and more than 300 immortal sovereigns. However, none of these people could be considered my faithful subordinate. The mission hall is the only way to control them, but that's optional. I need real subordinates. People who will follow my every word. Wang Wei pondered. The best approach to this problem is to slowly cultivate people with talents. This method is slow but steady since he can guarantee his men's loyalties. This method is fine and should be on my agenda, but I also need a quick method in case something happens and I need the manpower, Wang Wei analyzed. This war would be long, but anything could happen at any time, so he needed to prepare in case an opportunity presented itself. I need to conquer a few people, but where can I find a large number of subordinates? He asked himself, and he immediately had the answer. The Lawless Zone. His eyes immediately twinkled out of greed. That place was once a place for criminals to hide from the world's powers, but after the parasites took control, many people rushed inside for refuge. It's decided. My next main goal is the Lawless Zone, he decided. However, he still had a few more things to do. He looked at the space around him. My soul network ability is the perfect way to build a transportation system. He did not expect his ability to spread to almost every corner of the Eternal Ascension world, so he never considered using it as their system's foundation instead of the subspace. However, I still need to turn the Dao burial ground into a subspace, he concluded. He did not want too many people to know about his ability, thus lowering the possibility of discovering it. There is no absolute in this world, and he did not want to risk someone knowing about it and developing a way to notice it. Additionally, he still wanted to turn the Dao burial ground into a supreme chaos treasure. The subspace will be our primary method of communication and teleportation, and the soul network will be our backup plan in case something goes awry. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has more than one hiding spot. Wang Wei returned homeland and immediately summoned Fate Virtue and Plum Fate. Master, they knelt. Fate Virtue, you should have trained a few batches since you've arrived, correct? Yes, Master. Where are they? Most of them are operational while a few remain on standby. Summon the ones on standby. Fate Virtue whistled, and countless shadows materialized behind him. Wang Wei sent information directly into their minds before teleporting them to the changing Fate Hall. His gaze then shifted to Plum Fate. I have a mission for you, Wang Wei said before pausing. His eyes turned all gray as he manipulated the fabric of fate itself. He condensed an information talisman that he handed over. This is a list of sects with secret reserves of heaven wills. Some have no affiliation with the parasites, so you only need to steal theirs. You can eliminate everyone else. It will be done. Wang Wei dismissed everybody, leaving Wang Qi alone. Why are you here? Wang Wei asked. I don't think I even called you. Sect Master. I think I may have found a way to get you the fiend god blood. Oh. I'm listening. The sect madam. Wang Wei's lips twitched. Don't you think I know many of our problems can be solved if I ask her? There is a reason I haven't asked her. Sect Master, permit me to speak candidly. I notice you lose a lot of your boldness and overthinking regarding things with the madam, Wang Qi said. Exchanging gifts is an excellent way to communicate and get to know someone. I'm sure the madam and you would not want to start the relationship by being indebted to each other. You previously sent her a gift, so it's normal for her to reciprocate. Wang Wei grunted softly, not because of anger but because this bastard was right, and he did not like that. She did say she would give me a reciprocating gift. See? She understands, Wang Qi grinned. Fine. You can visit her. Use this to navigate inconspicuously. He granted Wang Qi access to the soul network for teleportation. He only needs to lock on to a soul closest to his destination, and use it as an anchor for his teleportation. Wang Wei shook his head as he watched Wang Qi's disappearance. I can't believe I'm receiving dating advice from this bastard who's been single for billions of years, he thought. However, he's right. If I want a chance at wooing her, I need to stop overthinking, be bolder, and be more direct with my approach. He stood up and glanced toward the Origin Seal continent for a few minutes. Then he entered the Source Chi space again. He activated his Chi Flower ability, and an invisible lotus manifested before him. Ascending treasure Chi, he thought, making the lotus tremble before flying in the distance. Wang Wei flew after it. As a precautionary measure, most cultivators will not easily teleport in the Source Chi space for various reasons, but mainly because it can easily lead to chain reactions that result in immense Chi exploding and injuring them in the process. As Wang Wei flew to his destination, everything was all blue, including the ground, the grass, the mountains, the forests, the clouds, and the sky. This was the case for most of his journey, but at some point, he reached an area that appeared to be an endless white lake. Swish! A giant white hand flew from the lake, trying to catch him. The hand contained a power directly affecting the soul, rendering it dull and unresponsive. If it were any ordinary cultivators, they might have fallen into the lake even if they evaded the hand. However, Wang Wei did not do anything. As the hand touched his body, a powerful force rebounded it, and a minor scream sounded from the lake. Countless more hands tried to drag Wang Wei, but he ignored them all, except for the last. As he was about to leave this lake area, he felt a slight dread, so he skipped a few seconds into the future to arrive at his destination and evade that attack. After the empty lake, Wang Wei found himself in a green area. He could see a towering palace radiating with the luster of gold, jewels, and precious ores from a distance. He immediately knew this was his destination and rushed over. He entered the first layer of this palace and saw a group of humanoid creatures with white bodies, claws, hideous faces, and weapons protruding from their backs. Source beasts? No, those are just Chi creatures. He waved his hand to eradicate them. Although there were 100,000 of them, and their cultivation was on par with immortal sovereigns, they were light work for him. He headed to the second layer and found no creatures, just traps involving weapons. The subsequent layers were the same, involving being attacked by weapons of various strengths. By the time he reached the final layer, Wang Wei had to fight a spear with its own ego and the strength of Empyrean with 80% Grand Dao Source. Once he dealt with it, he took the ascending treasure Chi in the next layer, which resulted in this castle collapsing. To the next one, he muttered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12-15 Source Beast. Wang Wei found 4 more Chis, which he believed should be enough for the Dao burial ground. As he was satisfied and about to return home, the green sky above his head turned dark, and his complexion became severe. A Source Beast? And a 3rd rank at that? His first instinct was to run away. After all, this beast was on par with a paragon. However, he stopped himself and analyzed the situation. He checked the beast's strength, and was relieved when he realized he was probably on par with a newborn paragon. This is a good way to test my strength, Wang Wei thought before controlling his body to release a few drops of blood into the ground. Less than 10 seconds later, a terrifying creature appeared before him. It was humanoid, 5 feet tall, with no flesh but black armor for skin, an open chest with white ribs showing, and a helmet for the head with flame in its eye sockets. First, let's check my defense, Wang Wei thought before running toward the creature, and a powerful flame chi rushed from the mouth part of the helmet, instantly incinerating Wang Wei's body and soul. He instantly regenerated from the previous drop of blood with a wry smile. I didn't even last a nanosecond before the flame burned me to ash, he thought. He was supposed to be immune to flame, but before this Paragon Tier Chi flame, his proud defense might have well been baby skin. I already knew the difference between Empyreans and Emperors, but the difference between Paragons and Empyreans is truly something else, Wang Wei analyzed. He summoned the Black Dragon armor set, and turned the ball into a halberd. Let's play. He appeared before the creature again, slashing his weapon downward with enormous strength. He knew his physical strength was not on par for this battle, so he supplemented it with the armor's power. The creature calmly condensed a flame shield on the area where the halberds landed, bouncing the attack. Wang Wei absorbed the force from the rebounding for a second attack. He then used a fate-cutting technique. His action was so seemingly it was as if he was using a choreography that had practiced for years instead of something he improvised during battle. A flaming aura developed around the creature, burning the power of fate from his attack. That's all it took to block my attack? Wang Wei thought as he rotated his halberd as if it was a fan. He added space Dao to the rotation, turning the weapon into a grinder capable of grinding space-time. Such an attack was enough to turn every life, atom, and energy in the lower dimension into fine sand. A laser rushed from the source beast's eyes with tremendous heat and force, stopping Wang Wei's weapon. The beast then released a fluctuation from his mind, which agitated the energy in the surroundings. Wang Wei suddenly felt a slight weight in his mind. Energy domination? Wang Wei analyzed. Immortal Sovereign can use this ability to influence lower-tier emperors, but it's useless against people of the same rank. However, insurgent Immortal Sovereigns can also use it to affect Empyreans. However, this ability does not influence an Empyrean's Dao as it does for Emperors. Instead, it targets their soul, reducing control over their Dao. If I didn't have a Paragon soul, I would have been in terrible shape, Wang Wei analyzed. However, where did it get so much energy? I haven't detected an immortal mansion or chi storage organ. Wang Wei observed his surroundings and immediately found the answer. The source chi space was the beast chi storage organ. It can draw energy from the environment and has an infinite amount. Its only restriction is the amount its soul can bear. The coldness of fate. Is fate cold? Yes, and in every sense of the word. The universe is full of pain, suffering, and atrocious tragedies, and the main culprit behind these things is fate. It ruthlessly created certain lives and gave them such fates. A terrifying chill, even worse than the coldness from hell, rushed from Wang Wei's halberd. He used the creature's opposite element to attack it, which should have worked. However, the creatures manifested a cold blue flame with the same characteristic. The worst part was its flame rapidly absorbed Wang Wei's coldness. Shackles of fate. Wang Wei appeared behind the creature, releasing a gray chain composed of strings. The beast tried to burn it, but it bypassed him and entered its body. The creature's fate was rapidly changed and reduced to a pinnacle rank 2 source beast. Wang Wei took this opportunity to sever this creature's death line and instantly killed it. Unfortunately, the bones from its back rushed out and hit him in his stomach before his attack even landed. Even my fate shackle did not last long enough to attack. His battle instinct took in, and while flying away, he used a soul attack, Soul Sword. As the invisible soul sword rushed to the creature, it finally moved from its spot since the beginning of the battle. Wang Wei already rained on his body and ran toward his opponent. He focused on a double attack approach. He would distract his opponent with his physical attack, while the killer moves would come from his soul. Of course, he would also mix in a few potent physical attacks. Unfortunately for him, the beast was now aware of his soul's potency, and had already wrapped its soul with a soul flame protection technique. So, the two fought for a few days before the beast left after giving him one last glance. As he stood alone with his armor and weapon, Wang Wei muttered. This was disappointing. In this battle, he found so many flaws in his current strength. All my techniques have not evolved since my time as an emperor. It's no problem dealing with my peers since they were so good in the first place, but they are completely inadequate for fighting above my realm, Wang Wei thought. I have no experience soul fighting with people on the same level as me, let alone more powerful individuals. Lastly, I thought I had adapted to fighting methods rank 11 and above, but I was wrong. The Source Beast did not have a Grand Mist Wheel World as part of its fighting arsenal, but if Wang Wei were fighting a genuine paragon, he would have to worry about that. He squinted. All the previous issues are primarily because I'm too young, and despite my decent cultivation realm, I haven't been an Empyrean for long. He knew he could remedy most of his flaws after a long cultivation retreat. However, I still haven't figured out how to make up for the Grand Mist Wheel. His current application and utilization of the Grand Mist Wheel might be sufficient for his realm, but far from enough to fight paragons. This battle was a wake-up call, Wang Wei sighed. He realized how much he had underestimated these parasites and the paragon realm. Although he despised these people, his feelings did not change the fact they were paragons and had access to the world's resources for countless yuan epochs. Even a pig will become genius or wise after leaving for long enough, let alone these people who were not stupid, as proven by the fact they became paragons and ruled over the world for so long. Wang Wei exhaled before returning to the Eternal Ascension world. As he calmed down to drink his tea, he muttered, I need to meet Shi Shangyan, then Junbiu before I go to the Lawless zone. Once those things are done, I should have a decent foundation. I can then stop and calm down to focus on increasing my strength. Wang Wei looked in the distance. I wonder how Wang Qi is doing? Origin Seal City. The Origin Seal continent existed in its own dimension. However, there was a physical location in the Eternal Ascension world for people who wished to enter. Usually he would teleport to the city and utter the Empress name. And if she wanted to see him, she'd teleport him. However, as soon as he arrived, Wang Qi noticed a disturbance. A group of armed cultivators floated outside the city, facing the city's mayor. The Phoenix's people? Wang Qi. He noticed that most of these people were from the demon race, and their armor contained a symbol of a phoenix in 5 colors. Why are they causing trouble here? He observed around, and after seeing many people snooping, he followed suit. Why are you being unreasonable? Asked the army leader, a woman with purple eyes but no pupil. She was also the only one without a helmet. I'm just following the Empress rules, replied the mayor, a petite woman with pink hair and wearing a white hanfu. Are you aware that you're committing treason? Asked the commander, but the mayor's response was a gentle smile. What if I insist on entering? According to the Empress words, do so at your own risk. Are you threatening me? I am, so what can you do about it? The smile did not leave her mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:16 Gifts. The army leader took a deep breath to calm down, which was challenging for her since most people would bow down to her when she showed up anywhere. However, dealing with these ancient lineages was usually infuriating, and the Origin Seal continent was the worst since their leader was alive and a potent threat despite her current state. We are only searching for a criminal. Once we find out that you're not hiding it, we will leave, she persuaded. So, just be reasonable. I am being reasonable, the mayor replied. After all, I'm not stopping you from searching. I merely warned you of your fate if you do so. A ruthless light flashed in the commander's eyes. All members of the Seven Moon Council wished to capture this criminal, yet you insist on not cooperating. Are you sure you're ready for the consequences? All of you can enter. I'm not stopping you, the mayor rebutted with her usual smile. The question is how many of you will return. The commander clenched her fists so hard that sparks flew due to the friction of the metal from her armor. The council ignored the Origin Seal continent because of this fear. Even if all of them besieged her, many of them would die in the process. One of the Sun rulers also placed her on the protection list, meaning that Twin Flower would never fight against her. The Hidden Moon was too cowardly to make an enemy out of her. Lastly, The others would not want to risk their lives to eliminate her, so they just ignored her as long as she didn't go too far. Unfortunately, over the years, the Origin Seal continent has become a symbol that their power was not absolute. You'll regret this, the commander declared with raging eyes. She ordered her man to retreat, and a formation manifested above their heads to teleport them away. The mayor sneered before returning to her mansion. As expected of the sect madam, Wang Qi muttered, I can't wait for the sect master to have this level of power. I bet he'll be even more domineering. Is that so? Wang Qi was shocked, and before he could react, his surroundings had changed. When he saw the beautiful woman opposite him, he instinctively said, Sect madam, I mean empress. He quickly bowed to show his respect. You can be at ease, Wu Hong stated calmly. Why are you here? I came to send the sect master's regards, Wang Qi said. He suddenly realized he was in too much of a hurry, and should have asked the sect master for a handwritten note. However, it was too late, so he decided to improvise. He wanted you to know he was here, and was doing fine. Is that so? Wu Hong muttered. She thought briefly, and as she was about to say something, she sensed something outside the cultivation room. She sighed mentally before opening the formation. What do you want? I sense someone with the sect's luck has arrived. I thought the kid came to see you, Yan Hai replied. Ancestor, Wang Qi said in surprise before bowing even deeper. If his worship of Wu Hong was more out of fear for her strength, this one was out of respect for his sect's founder. You can stand up, Yan Hai nodded. I don't recognize you, but you have Turtle's aura. The Turtle Shell Emperor was the one who gifted my immortality. Since you're alive, I'm guessing you did not abandon your role as guardian? I would never, Wang Qi quickly said. The sect master needed some talent and he chose me. That's good, Yan Hai nodded. How is that boy Wang Wei doing? Has he contacted the sect? In a manner of speaking, Wang Qi replied. The sect master doesn't want to get the sect too involved, but they've provided resources as a starting fund. Not getting the sect involved? That's something Brother Qishan would have done, Yan Hai muttered. Did they treat him well? Or do I need to intervene? Yes. The sect master was very satisfied with the aid. Don't beat around the bush and speak. Yan Hai had dealt with enough of these slimy advisors to know what they were thinking. Well, the sect master is looking for unique resources for his body refining. I tried to convince him to ask the sect for help or even the empress, but he was being stubborn, Wang Qi explained. Body refining? Is he looking for Dao monarch Qianhua's inheritance? He doesn't need to hurry and should take this time to open the gate of power. He's already done that. What? Yan Hai was genuinely surprised, especially since she knew the plan was for Desolate to guide him through the tribulations. Yes, and he's also an Empyrean, Wang Qi added. Seriously? Yan Hai said, and even Wu Hong showed a surprised look. I knew he would have a lot of merit after creating so many memorialized lucks, but this is something else. He's probably the youngest Empyrean in history, even with time formation. No, not just the youngest Empyrean, but the youngest person to achieve Tier 11 in both paths. Wang Qi wanted to brag about this sect master before the sect madam, but decided not to be too obvious. Anyway, the sect master's accomplishments spoke for themselves. Yan Hai turned to look at Wu Hong. Why are you looking at me? He's your husband, and am currently using all my Tier 11 body refining resources. He's not my husband, she corrected. Husband, husband seed, preparatory husband, husband-to-be, all the same. Wu Hong wanted to curse. She did not know how long she had wished that her rigid time nexus was not a husband, but a pair of sworn brothers like this lucky woman. Especially after learning about the man's identity and how complicated seniority would become. Wu Hong sighed before summoning 2 boxes with runes engraved. She opened the first one to reveal a clear drop of blood containing the cosmos. Wang Qi immediately felt a terrifying pressure weighing on him. He might have been forced to kneel without the box's suppression. This is from an adult fiend god with space primordial law. And the second one is from an elder feed god with life primordial law. I have nothing related to fate, so those must do. I'm sure I know, the sect master will appreciate it, Wang Qi swiftly said. Do you want to give him the 11th and 12th revolution you've created? Wu Hong asked. No. Let him create his version. Then we can compare and maybe fuse the best parts into a supreme technique. Yan Hai replied before focusing on Wang Qi. I can't let you go empty-handed. I don't want that boy to start saying his ancestor is cheap. Yan Hai summoned a small tree on her palm surrounded by a golden light. This is a peach tree of wisdom. Its function is the same as the Bodhi tree, and its rank is tier 12. Tell him I'm not giving it to him but lending it since the tree is not mine but the sect's public property. She took this thing to ultimate taboo to help her understand if they found a transcendent method. As such, she never had a chance to return it. I will tell him. Wang Qi nodded as he carefully put the tree away. Anything else? Yan Hai asked. If he needs any help, you can ask now. I think that's it for now, Wang Qi replied. The sect master has a plan and is executing them. So I think everything will be fine. That's good to hear, Yan Hai nodded. If he can kill these bastards, our people can return. And we can work together to find a way to kill or exile Supreme Unity. Things can return to normal again. What if he fails? Wu Hong asked. Then we'll use Plan B. Which is? You and I go on a rampage and kill these bastards, Yan Hai said. We might die, but it will be worth it since the others can find a way to revive us from limbo. You make it sound so simple. Isn't it? Most of us had our existence damaged, so even reviving, our strength will be weakened, Wu Hong explained. We can use abundant resources to fix the problem, but it will still take time. How many people will revive knowing they will be weakened, and someone as powerful as Supreme Unity above their heads? Not to mention Methreya. You might believe her, but many others won't. In their eyes, she might be as bad as him. The problem was never these 8 parasites, but the other 2. You may be correct, but you also can't disagree that removing these 8 will make the situation much less complicated. Especially that slimy time eater, Yan Hai replied. I don't know what he's planning, but my intuition tells me I won't like it. Wang Qi stood silently to the side, wondering whether he should be listening to these things. However, he realized this was significant news he could bring to the Patriarch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12-17 Divided Love. Why are you still here? Yan Hai asked, making Wang Qi smile wryly. Ancestor, I can't leave by myself, he replied. Plus, I would like to ask the Empress and the ancestors if you have any words you would like me to pass to the Patriarch. Just tell him to be careful. This world is way more dangerous than the lower dimension, Yan Hai answered with a frown. It was like she thought of something unpleasant. Maybe I should give him some of my sword slaves for protection. No, his life can't be too comfortable. Otherwise, he'll turn into a waste. Yan Hai made her decision, so she looked at her old friend. Tell him we'll meet at Su Junyo's banquet, Wu Hong replied briefly. Wang Qi's body suddenly visibly paused. Is there a problem? No problem, Wang Qi swiftly said. I'll make sure he gets the news. Wu Hong scrutinized him for a few seconds, but did not say anything. She waved his hand, and he disappeared from the room. You were actually thinking about lending him your sword slaves? Wu Hong asked. Since when were you so soft? The sword slaves are, without a doubt, the Dao opening sect's greatest military power. Yan Hai gathered people across the globe with swordsmanship talent, and trained them herself. However, that's not why they are so influential or renowned despite the terrible name. Countless lineages will pay the Dao opening sect an excessive amount to allow their swordsmen to experience the sword slave training. Additionally, whenever someone challenged Yan Hai for the sword Dao position, she would force that person into the sword slave if their strength did not meet her standard. The Sword Path League, one of the 13 overlords, hated and loved the sword slaves. They were supposed to be the lineage with the most potent sword cultivator or army, yet all these accolades went to Yan Hai, the Sword Empress. The sword slaves only listened to Yan Hai, and throughout the Dao opening sect's history, she has never used them to protect one of their talents. She rarely deployed them unless something significant occurred. It's because of something Qishan said at the end of the ultimate taboo, Yanhai explained. Oh, in some way he predicted this kid's arrival, she continued. Wu Hong squinted her eyes. What did he say? He said he reached the end of his destiny. He brought the world to the age of half-step transcendent, but went about it incorrectly, thus cutting his path forward. Destiny was no longer on his side. Yanhai sighed. He predicted someone else would come along to properly finish what he started. He even predicted that this person would appear in the Eternal Ascension world, and that there was a tiny chance they would appear in our clan. You think it's him? All signs showed that he's the one, Yanhai nodded. Why does it feel like he accepted his fate too easily? Wu Hong asked after a brief pause. That's what I said to him, Yanhai said. His response? Following the trend of the universe will make his life easier, so why not do it? A fierce light flashed in her eyes. Luckily, the person who inherited his legacy is from our clan. Otherwise, we would have had a problem. Wu Hong nodded. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. How is your injury? Better now that I've returned to the Empyrean realm, and my body is more powerful, Yanhai replied. I think you'll enter a deep seclusion after the celebration. What about you? I can feel I'm very close to returning to the Paragon realm, Wu Hong explained. However, as you know, this part of the injury requires time and a lot of resources to grind it slowly. We used to have ample time, but now, Yanhai looked in the distance. Are you really not going to do anything about those people outside? Them invading might not be bad, Wu Hong replied. She knew two things would happen if these foreigners broke through this world's defense. Firstly, Mithraea and Supreme Unity are forced to intervene and eliminate the threats. Second, they let things play out, and these people start rampaging into the world. If it was the second choice, she knew their primary target would be these parasites since they possessed most of the world's resources. How sad. Yanhai sighed. These people used to tremble at the near mention of our world. Now even their scapegoats can put so much pressure on us. Isn't this how the world always operates? What goes up must go down. Their era was a gilded age, and now they must return to the ground and start over if they want to wish the previous height or higher. All this talk is making me depressed. Oh, go train, Yanhai said, disappearing from the room. Wu Hong shook her head. She gazed in the distance before returning to her retreat. Sect Master, I have good and bad news, Wang Qi said as soon as he returned. Oh, tell me the bad news first. I think it would be wise for you to hear the good news first, Wang Qi stated, and before Wang Wei could answer, he continued. The good news is we received gifts. Gifts? As in plural? You'll never guess what happened. The ancestor was there, and she also sent something. Ancestor? The Sword Empress? Yes. Wang Qi handed the items while explaining what they were. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after learning about the Peach Tree of Wisdom. With the power of his Bodhi Tree, his Tao comprehension speed will drastically increase. It would even be better if he could raise the Bodhi Tree's rank. Tell me in detail what happened. No problem. Wang Qi recounted everything he experienced from the moment he landed in Origin Seal City. A ruthless light flashed in Wang Wei's eyes after hearing the five-feather phoenix's actions. Then he immediately calmed down when he realized the phoenix was the one in trouble for making an enemy out of his future wife. Of course, he also took note of this disrespect. He'll use it when it's time to deal with her. Wang Wei listened attentively. His heart ached when he heard her say he was not her husband, but he had already expected this. Thankfully, the ancestors support this marriage, a win in his book. We already knew the Time Eater would be the most significant threat out of the 8. But for the ancestors to say such a thing, Wang Wei muttered. He knew how powerful the intuition of swordsmen was, and for the Sword Empress, out of everyone to say that, he decided to raise Time Eater's threat to a higher level. Their conversation also reminded me not to have tunnel vision, and focus on the larger threat, Supreme Unity. Wang Wei knew he should not underestimate the parasites, or he would suffer horrendously. However, he also needed to keep in sight of the real enemy. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind in a short period. Then he focused on Wang Qi. So what is this bad news you've been avoiding? Well, The sect madam said you can have your first meeting during Su Junyo's celebration. Are you serious? Wang Wei asked with wide eyes. Yes. Shit, he swore. So I was right? Wang Qi asked. About what? About the fact you have a secret relationship with a woman called Su Junyao. I know she's beautiful from what people are saying, but… You bastard! Wang Wei flicked his finger, releasing a small air shock that hit Wang Qi in his forehead. The thing had no power, but it was excruciating. Don't talk nonsense. If I'm speaking nonsense, why did you react like that after hearing the news? Wang Qi asked while in pain. Sect Master, I love and respect you wholeheartedly and would die for you. But I won't help you cheat on the sect madam. What a strange line to draw, Wang Wei said. Anyway, why are you so adamant? Isn't it normal for a man to have a harem of beauty? Shouldn't a powerful and successful man like me have a harem of 3,000 beauties? Then I would secretly despise you, sect master, Wang Qi replied. How can someone claim to love someone else but divide that love into many? So, you believe that someone cannot love more than one person? That's right. Wang Qi nodded as he felt the pain disappear. If you do, you don't love your companion as much as you think or say. Or worse, you do love them, but you gave in to your lustful desire, and such a person does not deserve respect. Your view on marriage and relationship is too black and white. Wang Wei shook his head. However, I would love for you to meet Li Jun and say these words to his face. I'm sure Liling would love you. Wang Qi wanted to roll his eyes. He would never say these words to the Li clan patriarch. He only did so with Wang Wei because that's the person he serves. Sect master, don't change the subject. What's your relationship with that woman? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:18 The Path to 11th Evolution. You only need to know there is a karmic bond between us. And I need to meet her to remove it, Wang Wei explained. That's it. Why do I feel you're not telling me the whole truth? That's all you need to know? Wang Wei stared at him. And Wang Qi gave up asking for more information. Well, I believe you. I hope you don't antagonize the sect madam for this woman during the celebration. Wang Wei waved his hand to dismiss him, and left to his thoughts. His first meeting with the future wife might be disastrous if it happens at Su Junyo's celebration. Did she know about our connection? Logically speaking, this should not be possible. However, Wang Wei once theorized that his Wu Hong left memories for this one. Meaning she might not know him more than she let on. If she does know, why do this? To test me? She should know how I feel about Su Junyao. Is it to see if I've changed since she disappeared? See if I can resist the temptation of the most beautiful woman in the world? Wang Wei felt stressed and wanted to pull his hair. Wait. Why am I stressing about this? I didn't do anything wrong, and I had no plans with her. So what if all three of us meet? It won't change what I want, so I should not be this overworked over anything. He exhaled to calm down. Now that Head figured this out, he was more excited than worried since he got to see her after so long. Wang Wei smiled before heading to his cultivation room for a brief retreat. He activated the formations before summoning the space fiend god blood and studying it. He lost himself in the essence of this blood to find its mystery. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes. It seems Ancient Desolate took inspiration from the fiend gods for the higher levels of the Ancient Desolate body refining scripture. Wang Wei muttered. In this retreat, he figured out how to evolve his bloodline to the 11th evolution. Indestructible Empyrean's cultivation focused on three aspects: strength increase, Tao immunity, and will body fusion. The strength aspect is the primary cultivation focus, measured by the number of heavens in the adult fiend god realm. Tao immunity is what Wang Wei and a few talented body refiners achieved as they opened the gate of power. Limit indestructibility. All indestructible Empyreans must achieve a pseudo-limit indestructibility by the time they reach the 10th heaven to open the gate of flesh. Body refiners usually recreate the tribulations of the previous true power Tao realm on a much larger scale, to increase their immunity to whatever Taos their gate used to contain. Increasing their strength can passively increase their immunity, But long ago, when the body refining path was in its infancy, the people felt it was insufficient. So they began actively training these defensive capabilities, primarily by absorbing rare resources, and eventually created techniques to accelerate the process. Sadly, heaven and earth restricted this path as a way to divide people into a strict hierarchy based on their foundation and achievements. For example, body refiners are limited by the number of tribulations they survive. The minimum requirement to open the gate was 1267, meaning such a body refiner can only increase the immunity to these 1267 daos, and not anymore. People who survive the 3,800 Dao tribulations have a second chance at achieving true, limit indestructibility, but most failed the second attempt, and can only condense a pseudo one. The third cultivation aspect of indestructible Empyreans is the most important: the will-body fusion. As the name implies, body refiners must increase their willpower before fusing it with their bodies. Once that process is completed, they'll meet the requirements to open the gate of flesh, and acquire the ability that granted inextinguishable paragons their titles. Will immortality. As long as an inextinguishable paragon's willpower remains solid and unbroken, they could not be killed. In other words, once Wang Wei enters the Elder Fiend God realm, to kill him, someone must capture him and find a way to break his spirit and willpower so that he gives up on life, and that's the only way to prevent him from reviving. Wang Wei closed his eyes to access his bloodline seed. After analyzing the bloodline, he figured out a few things. Firstly, adult fiend god's primary attribute is not whatever Dao their primordial law is, but primordial chaos. All body refiners, no matter what technique or cultivation systems they used, will experience one event in their life before entering the first realm of the true power Dao realm: sanctification of the flesh. They must choose a concept or characteristic that will fuse with their blood, allowing them to revive from a drop of blood. Wang Wei became enlightened in the power of nothingness, but fiend gods chose primordial chaos, which granted them countless benefits that made any body refiners envious. Due to their deep affinity and love for primordial chaos, they can temper their willpower by exposing their minds to the vastness of primordial chaos. At an even higher level, they can even confront the will of primordial chaos to temper themselves, and the will not lash out and eliminate them. On the contrary, it will help and guide them. Fiend gods can passively absorb the power of primordial chaos to increase their strength. That's why they only need to grow, and their strength will naturally increase. The only thing they have to work for is fusing their willpower with their bodies. But even then, the will of primordial chaos will provide them some assistance if needed. Wang Wei started to change his bloodline to imitate the essence of fiend gods. These lucky bastards have primordial chaos, but he has the concept of nothingness. In the process, his spirit found himself in a space he could not describe, as it embodied the idea of nothing. He felt himself being slowly assimilated into this space in a process called returning to nothingness. Wang Wei resisted, and as expected, this effort proved to be an excellent way to temper his willpower. After all, nothingness was a taboo Dao for a reason. If I can use this place as a willpower training method, it should affect my current self. Wang Wei's willpower was beyond his realm, but that did not stop him from exercising it. The tribulations in the true power Dao realm are based on a person's willpower, allowing him to make drastic improvements over the years. However, Wang Wei had now reached the point where he needed a way to actively temper his willpower, as this would save him a lot of time and effort after opening the gate of flesh. Wang Wei took out his ancestors' scripture and started to learn from his method of using a physical manifestation of heaven and earth to temper the body and willpower. Now he only needed to change heaven and earth to the concept of nothingness. Once he created the prototype of this technique, he fused it with his bloodline source. 3 birds with 1 stone, Wang Wei smiled. The physical manifestation of nothingness granted him another ability of fiend god, absorbing its power to increase his strength. More importantly, this technique was excellent for his path of using nothingness to achieve taboo realm. Wang Wei's next step was to siphon a significant amount of nothingness energy from his bloodline, and condensing another wheel in his sea of consciousness. The process did not take long, and this nothingness wheel was as small as a chicken egg, but Wang Wei smiled brightly. the nothingness wheel, will be the key to his achievement of the taboo realm. The idea is his body may have a limit to the amount of power it can contain before it is assimilated, but the wheel, a foreign object linked to his soul, does not. Once the wheel reaches a certain level, Wang Wei can use it to break the limits on him. Now is not the time, Wang Wei commented as he saw the small wheel. He prepared for an extended retreat that may last Yuan epochs sometime after Su Junyo's celebration. During that time, he can try his plan to accelerate the growth of the nothingness wheel. He shifted his focus to his bloodline. Not everyone from the clan will be able to face nothingness, so their bloodline must contain the ability to manifest whatever characteristics they've chosen. Wang Wei frowned. He hadn't developed this ability to modify and make it so universal. Then there is their advantage of the primordial chaos will. Do I need to recreate that? I could leave my willpower in the bloodline to serve the same purpose, but I don't want these guys to rely too much on their bloodline. Yes, it's better if they don't have to rely on any help. These people's bloodline was already potent enough. They did not need any more advantage. The human race became one of the most powerful races in the chaos universe because of their spirit of hard work. They were born weak, so they work 100 times harder to reach the top. Meanwhile, top innate races like fiend gods require heaven's help to balance races like humans to prevent them from outshining them. Wang Wei moved on after making a decision. Lastly, I need my bloodline ability to become passive. Once that happens, he must survive an immemorial tribulation, and his bloodline will complete the last step to achieve the 11th revolution. Wang Wei exhaled, stood up, and left the cultivation room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12-19 New Leader, 30,000 years passed? Wang Wei muttered. I wonder how much time has passed in the lower dimension? His theory was correct. The time difference between the upper and lower dimensions drastically changed as soon as he ascended. As such, he would not be surprised if less than a week had passed in the lower dimension. Wang Wei did not focus too much on this and closed his eyes to access the changing Fate Hall. He first checked the mission hall records and nodded in satisfaction after seeing the number of missions completed in this short period. It seems these mortals were motivated. Wang Wei nodded. Many people have exchanged a heaven will, meaning his guards did not disappoint him a second time. The casualty is a little high, Wang Wei noticed next. Many people died during missions, including from being captured, and the restrictions he placed on their souls activating. It won't be long before I need a second round of recruitment, he summarized before checking on the news gathered. With so many people selling information, and the newly trained Fate Shadow Guard, he now had a decent spy network. It was far from good, or even at the level of unparalleled in the lower dimension, but it was decent, especially considering how long they started. There were many pieces of news or information that Wang Wei found vital, so he reviewed all of them. Firstly, the guards did an excellent job of slowly killing the people who rejected his offer. They made most of them look like accidents or the result of disputes with other loose cultivators. More importantly, no one has suspected anything so far, including the people who checked on these individuals to see if Wang Wei was telling the truth. Wang Wei nodded in praise at the result before continuing to sip through all this data. Is that where Zhenbiyu is? Wang Wei held a piece of paper with a pondering look. He put it aside before continuing his work. His eyes finally focused on a piece of news from the Lawless zone. This place was usually a place for people to hide from the world, but one of the members accidentally discovered a merchant running away from the Lawless zone. Out of curiosity, they saved him and brought the merchant to this place, and the Fate Shadow Guard protected them because the information was valuable. Why is there no detailed information about the Lawless zone? His men should have interrogated the merchant and learned more about that place. Wang Wei searched for the answer, and soon found it. The merchant was an unlucky individual. He went to the Lawless zone to work at the Azure Sky Pavilion, and he wasn't there for a week when he accidentally learned something he should not have and had to run away while being hunted. It's unfortunate, but I guess I can get detailed information once I'm there, Wang Wei thought before finishing his duty. He opened his eyes in his room and summoned 2 people, with Wang Qi being the first. As he waited, he checked the status of the Dao burial ground after absorbing more than 4 ascending treasure qi. It won't be long before it reaches a peak supreme innate treasure, Wang Wei thought. After knowing this, he hoped his meeting with Shi Shangyan would be productive. Wang Wei focused in the distance as he noticed a few familiar faces. Sect Master. Anything significant happened during my absence? His gaze shifted. Nothing extraordinary except the fact that the world has become quiet because of how much these people are searching for you. Wang Qi replied. Even the rebellion had reduced their activities due to the high security in all these parasites' territory. Wang Wei nodded. It was indeed wise not to antagonize these people in the current state. One of the reasons Wang Wei chose to hide himself is because he feared his presence might force one of them to return from the front line. One more thing, Wang Qi added. You must prepare a gift for Su Junyo's celebration and fight for an attending spot. I understand the gift, but what's with the attending spot? From what I gathered, everyone is welcome to this celebration, but if you want to be in the room present with her, you must have a VIP card, and there are 3 ways to get one. Personal invitation, a battle ring to display your strength, and lastly, spend lavishly to receive one. I see, Wang Wei nodded. However, there is no need to fight for one. Oh, contact Xiao Tiandi. He should provide one. Given your history, will he? I can be very persuasive, Wang Wei replied, making Wang Qi secretly pray for Xiao Tiandi. All right. You can leave. However, Wang Qi did not leave. Is there something else? There is, but I don't know if I'm being too cautious or if there is something wrong, Wang Qi said. Tell me and I'll decide. It's like this. I contacted the ascending emperors and immortals without connection or association with a powerful lineage to see if they would work for us, and many accepted the offer. However, I haven't found the demon-suppressing emperor, Wang Qi revealed. During the process, I learned that many of these people were captured to get information from you, and I fear the same might have happened to her. Of course, there is also a chance she found an excellent hiding place. Wang Wei's eyes turned all gray as he checked on her. He soon frowned before summoning his Bashian turtle shell. No, something did happen to her. Her fate is odd. It's a perfect balance. What does that mean? It means things could go exceptionally well for her or extremely bad. There is no in-between. Can you tell where she is? Unfortunately, no. Only Paragon and above power can block your divination. Does that mean she's really captured by these people? Wang Qi asked. It looks like this. Luckily, it seems she has a hope of turning things around, Wang Wei commented. Forget her for now. If we have the chance, we'll free her. Honghua is a human and heavenly emperor, meaning she has a lot of potential, and Wang Wei does not want to give up such a talent. Come in, Wang Wei said out loud, and a shadow appeared before him, kneeling on one leg. Red Mask Fate at your disposal, master. So you're the new head of my guard, Wang Wei commented. As expected, the former elder of the Mask clan proved her talent, and was now in charge of the Fate Shadow Guards. Thank you, master, for this opportunity, she replied. No need to thank him. The Shadow Guards ranking system is a meritocracy, and you have your positions because you're capable, Wang Wei answered. However, you should have heard of your predecessors and how capable she was. Do you think you can fill in her shoes? I do. I like your confidence. I don't have time now, but I'll use the Lord Shadow technique on you once I settle everything. Red Mask Fate was surprised. She had heard of this technique, but did not think she had a chance since her predecessors and the person who inherited the position had already used it. Of course, she did not know that Wang Wei received the upgraded version of that technique from the sect. The Shadow Ruler Emperor's new scripture allowed for 4 shadows in the Emperor realm, 2 in the Empyrean realm, and 1 in the Paragon realm. Although Wang Wei only had access to the Empyrean part, he was more than satisfied since he could create 2 individuals that could borrow all his strength. The sect even gave him the rare resources to create these unique shadows. Report the situation to me, Wang Wei ordered. Although he had deduced most of it from the changing Fate Hall situation, he still needed to hear the nitty-gritty from Red Mask Fate. And that's precisely what she did, and Wang Wei listened attentively. You did an excellent job, Wang Wei praised. I hope you keep up the good work. He ordered a few things before dismissing her. She's a talent, Wang Qi said. True, but how much of a talent is yet to be seen. Wang Wei could tell Red Mask Fate was talented, but her current success was primarily the result of the fact she's from the upper dimension, and did not have to experience the adaptation period. This fact makes her the best candidate he has for this leadership role of his guard, but hell no if she's genuinely talented once they face obstacles, and she has to improvise. Only then will her position truly be secure. Wang Wei summoned a talisman with stars engraved on them from his unique space. He activated it to contact Shi Shangyan, and less than 5 minutes later, she replied with a coordinate for a meeting. Wang Wei squinted his eyes because the meeting place was somewhere in the source chi space. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1220 Betrayal, and Myriad Sect Alliance is changed to Grand Sect Alliance to differentiate with the Myriad Clan Union. Wang Wei made some preparations before entering the source chi space. The talisman became a guide similar to his ability, leading him to the meeting's destination. He found himself facing a vast ocean that was the purest of blue. Immortal chi? This place is so valuable. The energy in this ocean was enough to cultivate more than 150 immortal venerables, or more than 5 immortal sovereigns. What a meeting place, he commented with squinting eyes. He glanced in the distance. There was a small pavilion at the center of the ocean with 2 people waiting with already brewed tea that he could smell from such a distance. Wang Wei flew over and slowly landed. He first glanced at Shi Shangyan, and his first thought was how beautiful she was. She had on a blue hanfu with star symbols that illuminated her presence when looked at the right angle. She stopped reducing her aura and beauty, Wang Wei commented. Shi Shangyan's beauty was on par with Su Shi, if not better. However, her reputation in the lower dimension paled compared to Su Shi because she actively lowered her aura and beauty. Wang Wei glanced at the second person. It was a middle-aged man. He looked ordinary compared to Shi Shangyan, but in the depth of his eyes, there was a light more brilliant than any star. This is our Celestial Clan Patriarch, the Cosmic Earth Empyrean, Shi Shangyan introduced. You can call me Shi Xing. The Celestial Patriarch introduced himself by cupping his hands. Wang Wei returned the salute. This man is the first everlasting Empyrean I've met, Wang Wei thought. He should not be a simple character. It was terrible to be an everlasting in this era. Being an Empyrean, especially the one closest to the Paragon realm, would get someone on a watch list. However, everlastings is on another level. They must survive countless plots and assassinations. And sometimes, the parasites will use any excuse to eliminate them directly. The fact that the Celestial Patriarch survived for so long proved his ability. After an introduction, the 3 sat together, and the Patriarch served tea. I heard about all your exploits from Yenner, but seeing in person is something else. The Celestial Patriarch's cultivation was 85% Grand Dao Source, and with his boosts he had no problem fighting peak Empyreans. However, as soon as he laid eyes on Wang Wei, he felt a warning from his intuition. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? Very young, Wang Wei replied, making Shi Xing sigh. The saying is right. True genius only appears in times of chaos. He could barely accept an S&D to be an Empyrean already, but for the latter to have such strength, I guess he's the chosen one for a reason. Patriarch, Shi Shangyan stated while motioning her head. Oh, where is my head? Shi Xing said. This ocean is a meeting gift. How generous, Wang Wei praised before sipping his tea. He felt a hot feeling rushing through his body and slowly nourishing it. Good tea, he commented. This tea would have benefited him immensely if he were in the 0 or 1st heaven. However, the effect was still applicable to him on a smaller scale. Maybe a little too generous. We wanted to start this meeting on a good note, Shi Xing replied. That's good to hear. Yenner told me you like to do things directly, so let's do that, Shi Xing stated. Have you come to garner our support? That's correct. We intended to support you from the beginning. Hence this gift and why we sent one of our most talented members to make contact, Xixing continued. However, we also want to benefit from this ordeal. So, to be straightforward, what can we get from you? Wang Wei put his teacup on the table. Before I answer, let me ask. Who decided to serve the 5-feather phoenix? Was it your clan's personal decision, or one from the Myriad Clan Union? Why does that matter? It seems it was your decision, Wang Wei deduced. Your intention was probably to turn on her, and become one of the parasites and rise to a level on par with the Union by using the world's resources. Unfortunately, your view of the situation was wrong. The Suns only needed watchdogs, meaning there was no room for you to have a successful rebellion, no room to climb the ladder. Now your only choice is to take down the parasites and convince the Union that you did not betray them. Your plan from the start was to take down the enemy from the inside. Tell me if I'm missing something? Xixing was silent, so he sipped his tea. I was warned of your wisdom. He smiled wryly while shaking his head. Let's say you're right. This does not change anything. We can fight these parasites by ourselves. We don't have to rely on you just because you have destiny on your side. Wang Wei agreed. Working with him will only legitimize the celestial race's plan to take down the parasites from within, thus increasing their chances of convincing the Union. You must work with me because I can guarantee the Union will not treat you as traitors. Even better, I guarantee they will praise and reward you for your actions. Those are bold words, Xixing said with squinted eyes. But how exactly will you do that? Don't you remember who one of the 3 primal paragons of the Union is? The heaven-opening paragon Wanggua. Yes, one of my ancestors. Wasn't the Wang clan divided? I don't see how you can influence him. Our relationship is closer than you think, Wang Wei said. However, we know the backlash that would occur if the world knew how close or united we were. Indeed, no one wants a truly united Wang clan, Xixing commented. He had to admit, this proposition was alluring. As long as one of the primal paragons spoke, the others would have no choice but to give him face, and that would solve all of the celestial race's problems. Are you sure your words are so valuable? Xixing asked. What do you think is my most valuable aspect? Wang Wei asked instead of answering. Do you think it's my destiny? No, that's worthless in the eyes of many people. My greatest asset is my talent, and the fact that I can be considered a primal paragon seed. Can you imagine how much the Tao opening sect and my ancestors value me? As long as I say something, they will listen and value my opinion. Indeed, Xixing thought. He focused so much on this man's destiny that he overlooked his greatest value, his talent. Very few people can receive the title or position of a primal paragon seed, and are all supremely talented individuals. Xixing had to admit that Wang Wei's talent trumped all the seeds he's read about in records. I have to say, I'm convinced, Xixing stated. The celestial race will be more than happy to ally with you. However, are you interested in establishing deeper bonds through marriage? He motioned to Xishangyan. Yen'er is our clan's most beautiful woman, and she has unparalleled talent. Usually, such a woman would be the core of our clan, but for you we're willing to make an exception. Wang Wei looked at the calm Xishangyan. By her demeanor, it appeared she knew of this before and was prepared. As appealing as your offer is, I have to decline. My heart belongs to one woman. Xixing gritted his teeth. We don't mind if she's not the main wife as long as you promise to treat her fairly. The answer is still the same. Su Xing looked at his clear eyes and knew this man would not budge. It's a shame, he sighed. Let's discuss the terms of the alliance. They spent the next few hours discussing the nitty-gritty before coming to an agreement, which primarily involved resources and manpower. The celestial race will send powerhouses for certain battles or missions once Wang Wei requests them. Secondly, they will provide him with unique cheese to help him build his power, but there is a limit. However, Wang Wei will have priority in buying them. Wang Wei convinced them to donate the treasure King Qi, which can evolve a supreme innate treasure into a supreme chaos treasure. However, he needed to negotiate and buy rank 12 Qi since the clan had a small quantity and wanted to rebuild their powers. After signing the agreement, Wang Wei took this ocean of immortal Qi away, leaving the two alone. Once again I apologize, Xixing stated. I know someone of your talent should have the power to choose your Dao companion, but we had to risk it for such a talent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1221 Blank check. Wang Wei was in deep thought after returning home. He had technically written an empty check for the celestial race. His relationship with the heaven-opening emperor was not so close. He now knew the man wasn't as bad as history, or he believed him to be, but that was the extent of their relationship or communication. His promise relied entirely on his talent/prospect, as he told the patriarch, his ancestors' words or power, and his interest in taking the celestial race in case the heaven-opening paragon proved stubborn. Plus, maybe I should start thinking about reuniting the Wang clan, Wang Wei thought. However, this would not be simple. According to the book Wu Hong left for him, the official most powerful faction during the Golden Era was the Grand Sect Alliance with 5 primal paragons. These bastards would never allow for the Wang clan reunion since that would mean the Dao opening sect catching up to them. Additionally, the Myriad clan union would lose 1 primal paragon, so they would also fight tooth and nail to prevent this union. The other factions may also be dragged. For example, Wu Hong's origin seal continent was one of the 13 overlords, and an ally of the Dao opening sect. Their presence, which contains 2 primal paragons, could shift the balance. However, the Skill Dao Association, another overlord with all the profession Dao, had a rocky relationship with the origin seal continent, and they might intervene to counter Wu Hong. They also have 2 primal paragons, and am not even considering the other factions that will secretly intervene and ensure the Dao opening sect does not get stronger and break the balance, Wang Wei summarized. However, this is not the Golden Era. The balance is already broken, with Taoism and Buddhism now being the most powerful factions of the original 13 overlords. In the upcoming era, primal paragons will no longer determine the standing of a faction or lineage. Transcendence will. So, as long as I can become the 3rd half-step transcendence of the eternal ascension world, no one can stop the Wang clan's reunification. Wang Wei thought with a smile. Although this plan is far away, I can lay out the foundation now by establishing a good relationship with the heaven-opening emperor. Get to know what kind of person he is. Wang Wei teleported to an isolated mountain and created a cave. After establishing all the necessary protections, he drew a summoning ceremony on the ground. He activated it by dropping his blood and muttering the heaven-opening emperor's name and title. Wang Wei had to wait a while before getting an answer. But soon enough, the summoning circle shone, and a muscular elderly man appeared at the center. Ancestor, Wang Wei bowed politely. It's you. Wang Gua scrutinized Wang Wei. Why are you suddenly so polite and sincere? Isn't this the normal attitude of a descendant facing their ancestors? Wang Wei replied, greatly puzzled. His tone hinted that it was the greatest travesty for his ancestors to have such a terrible opinion of him. The last time we met, you were polite, but that was only on the surface. You were on guard against and even had a hidden disdain, Wang Gua stated. These old monsters are really keen, Wang Wei complained to himself. You can't blame me, ancestor. I had a lot of misinformation about you. After our discussions, I researched your life more closely and learned how our family's recorded history wronged you. Wang Gua looked him in the eyes. This brat wants something or is planning something. Maybe both. He smiled internally. He is like Qiyuan, especially with his weird destiny. Maybe it's not such a bad idea to have a relationship with him. Brat, I've lived too long, and one of the side effects is that I've grown to despise people who spoke like politicians with flower tongues, speaking in a roundabout way and never getting to the point. So state your intention directly. Wang Wei sighed internally. I guess being direct is another trait of the Wang clan. Fine, but I'd like to point out that I wasn't lying about researching your life and getting a new perspective, Wang Wei stated before explaining the entire situation with the celestial race. So, ancestor, are you going to give this descendant a little bit of face? No problem. Really? So simple? Even if you didn't say anything, we wouldn't annihilate them or something for their betrayal, Wang Guo explained. Why? The celestial race is the primary reason our union has the largest number of Tier 10 and 11 cultivators among all the overlords and the highest number of insurgents. They are more valuable than they realize. Indeed, their ability to safely navigate the source chi space makes them crucial to building middle-level officers. Although paragons and above are usually the determining factors in battles between lineages, when their strength is relative, the deciding factors are the number of emperors, empyreans, insurgents, and immortals from the other paths. Are you sure the other two families won't give you much trouble? Wang Wei asked. Even if they would not eliminate the celestial race, this was a perfect opportunity to weaken and ultimately control them using their treason as an excuse. Your interference will prevent that. You don't have to worry about that, Wang Guo replied. He knew how to get them to agree. The Yi clan is the only non-human amongst the three, which makes them wary of the Wang and Xiao clan. As long as Wang Guo approaches them, they will accept his offer, as they'll see this as an opportunity to weaken the bond between the Wang and Xiao clan. Of course, Wang Guo will only see them if the Xiao clan does not want to give him face. Okay, now is my time to be direct, Wang Wei stated. Your unilateral cooperation is suspicious. Even the political implications behind Wang Guo's actions cannot wholly explain why he agreed so readily. Wang Guo chuckled. You can think of it as a way for me to repay you. Repay me? For what? For the human fiend god bloodline, Wang Guo revealed. It is an excellent way to push the Wang clan's bloodline to another level. Another bastard that stole my idea, and this time without me even knowing, Wang Wei thought while sighing. I guess I should be glad it remains in the family. I guess that makes sense. Is there anything else? No, but we can have tea if you want. I'm a dead man. Where can I enjoy tea? Plus I hate tea, Wang Guo stated. Since there is nothing more, I'm leaving. Here. He raised his hand to condense a necklace with a blood-red crystal. What's this? It's to hide your bloodline fluctuation, Wang Guo explained. We don't want others to notice its uniqueness and have ideas. As far as these people are concerned, they only need to know our Wang clan's bloodline is unique. Nothing more. Although he knew not everyone had the knowledge, capabilities, and luck to elevate their bloodline to be on par with fiend gods, Wang Guo did not even want these people even to have the thought. Wang Wei's lips twitched. The bastard stole his idea and wanted to protect him from others stealing. Wang Wei took the necklace while secretly complaining. He wished the patent system he created in the lower dimension would apply to the upper dimension. No, he wanted it to be even more strict. Thank you, ancestor, Wang Wei said as he put the necklace on. You're welcome, and clean this mess up as soon as possible, Wang Guo added. Being dead is not a fun experience. I will. After the heaven-opening emperor's limbo projection disappeared, Wang Wei eliminated all traces of his presence in the mountain before returning home. He removed the necklace and temporarily unsealed his soul to access most of its power. He scanned the necklace to its subatomic particle, but found nothing wrong. Wang Qi, he summoned. Sect Master. Take this necklace and ask her if something is wrong. Wang Qi held the necklace and observed it briefly. Sect Master. Do you want me to ask the sect madam for a communication talisman? He did not mind being the intermediary between those two lovebirds, but he also felt it might be time for them to start communicating directly now that they were in the same place and not separated by dimensions. No need, Wang Wei replied. We can establish communication after meeting during the celebration. If you say so. Wang Qi left and returned a few hours later. The sect madam said there is nothing wrong with the necklace. Its purpose is to hide bloodline, and whoever created it has an extreme understanding of genetics. However, she added her own seal to reassure you. That's good to hear, Wang Wei nodded. He observed the thing and sensed a potent seal. Then, without hesitation, he absorbed the necklace's crystal into his bloodline source, sharing this protection with all members of the Wang, Yan and Li clan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1222 Betrayal? For now, I'll hide it, but in the future, We'll need protection from people who actively try to research our bloodline, Wang Wei muttered. Now that he no longer had to worry about the celestial race, he focused on his next task. From now on, you'll be in charge of our exchange with the celestial race. Sect Master, I'm a little spread thin. I need more people, especially talents, Wang Qi quickly said. Although he was glad the sect master believed in himself to give him so much power, he also wanted to do his job correctly. Wang Wei suddenly remembered someone. Go find the brilliant Smile Emperor, and have him join our cause. Wang Wei condensed a guiding talisman connected to the latter's fate. One last thing, Wang Wei said. He raised his hand to create a new dimension to house the ocean of immortal qi he received as a gift. Use this place to increase your cultivation once everything temporarily calms down. I will. Wang Qi left and Wang Wei followed soon. He teleported near the corner of Taoism's territory before changing his clothes, hair, and demeanor to that of a Taoist priest. He used his yin-yang Dao to accentuate the Taoist vibe he wanted to portray. For the next few days, Wang Wei traveled in this territory, observing and listening. Nothing happened to him, which was good and bad news. The bad news is Supreme Unity's lack of action, despite gallivanting in his territory, made him wary. The good news is he may not have to worry too much when dealing with Taoism and Seven Cauldron. Wang Wei activated his soul network and locked on the soul he wanted, which was located in the Peaceful Heart Temple, a place of solitude and exile for many priests. He did not immediately interact with it, but observed the surroundings. As expected, it's an ambush. He summoned the soul to the fog space. Zhenbiyu looked confused. She was meditating when a powerful force pulled her primary soul into this place. Her resistance was futile. She looked at the person before her. I knew you could meet me without anyone noticing. I guess I don't have to worry about which side you're on, Wang Wei commented. I resent the fact you think I'm this kind of person, Zhenbiyu replied. Tell me what happened to you. Wang Wei changed the environment into two cushions facing each other. After I ascended, I started doing missions for the rebellion to understand the situation and gather resources, Zhenbiyu explained. I used the talisman you gave me to track Emperor Five Heart and eliminate her. She had a bright smile while mentioning this. Without that obstacle, her state of mind reached a higher level, and she perfected her Tao heart. These achievements made her more joyful, and her cultivation speed increased significantly. Then 2 people from the 5-element balance palace came to see me. They asked me why I didn't return to the sect, and I told them I had personal matters to attend to. They wanted me to return immediately, and one of them was even rude about it. Luckily, I had prepared for this. I told the rebellion of my background, and they suggested I become a double spy, so they gave me something called a false mind pill, which would allow me to hide my thoughts and lie to an Empyrean. They even helped me clean up my aura. Wang Wei nodded as he understood what she meant. Zhenbiyu proved the Tao in the upper dimension, and with the proper method or person, it's possible to determine this fact from her aura. I told them about you, Zhenbiyu continued. I didn't tell him any important information, but enough for them to have some understanding of your personality and capability. It was the only way to get their trust. Don't worry. I understand, Wang Wei reassured. Zhenbiyu sighed in relief. I'll hand over Emperor Five Heart's artifact to you. No need. This thing has no destiny with me, so you can keep it. You can repay your debt later on with something else. Are you sure? I've come to learn that this thing is valuable. Oh, how valuable. It's a supreme chaos treasure embryo, Zhenbiyu explained. Although its power is only on par with a chaos treasure now. As long as you provide it with enough resources, it can grow to such heights. Moreover, you don't have to feed it unique resources, just a certain quantity, and it will condense into shape. That's indeed valuable. So have you changed your mind? Not at all, Wang Wei replied calmly. Your personality is indeed odd. What makes you say so? You're obviously greedy, but you can also give up on such a rare item without hesitation. What can I say? I'm an enigma, Wang Wei shrugged. This artifact had a similar effect as the Tao burial ground, so there was no point in having it now. Additionally, his intuition told him the best use of it was with her. Tell me about your sex situation or Taoism in general. Heavily divided, Zhenbiyu answered. A small and new faction supported by the supreme ruler and 7 cauldron ruled the sect, while the majority faction, which originated from ancient times, is very dissatisfied with the current situation. I haven't figured out exactly why the old faction is unhappy, but my deduction is something to do with the restrictions that there can be no paragons born in the world. And from what I gathered, most other Taoist lineages are similar to ours. Wang Wei pondered. He could deduce the source of these people's dissatisfaction. Supreme Unity and Mithriya killed all their previous paragons and prevented them from reviving or creating more. Additionally, the resources they used to control were not drastically reduced, and were in the hands of 7 cauldron. It would be weird if these factions were not dissatisfied. Why are you in this place? Wang Wei asked. It was a big deal after you ascended, so I approached the sect and said I owe you karma, and there is a chance you may contact me. They agreed to this ambush operation, but I just wanted an opportunity to contact the outside world. You have something you want me to pass to the rebellion? Yes, I've gathered valuable information, and unfortunately, I still have a debt to pay them for the heaven will, Zhenbiyu explained. You can read it before passing it on. Her soul condensed a talisman, and Wang Wei took it. You don't have to worry about them. I'll pay your contract, so from now on you report directly to me, Wang Wei said. That's fine. Zhenbiyu would rather deal with Wang Wei than the rebellion because he knew what kind of person the latter was. However, the rebellion was an assembly of all types of individuals, many with different ideals and goals from their primary cause. If you want to contact me, leave the sect to an area not covered by a paragon formation, and I can reach you anytime and anywhere, Wang Wei added. I understand. I'll give you a parting gift. Wang Wei condensed his soul network ability into a seed that manifested as a lotus flower on his palm. He accessed his paragon soul temporarily to bless the lotus, and did the same with the sect's void-rushing talisman. Finally, he fused the lotus with Zhen Baiyu's soul. If your identity is detected, activate this ability, which should take your soul away even from a paragon formation. However, you must be quick and decisive. This thing might work on a formation in passive mode, but once someone takes control of it, you're screwed. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Zhenbiyu was confident she would not be caught. The false mind pill mutated after she used it due to her 2 personalities or souls, granting her a new ability to hide her thoughts and memories in an undetectable layer in her sea of consciousness. She was even confident about lying to 7 Cauldron's face. It's good to be confident, but don't be cocky, Wang Wei warned. I know. Her personality was usually calm and patient, so she would not do anything unnecessary or stupid despite her confidence. Wang Wei waved his hand to teleport a small pile of second-rank Dao sources. This should be enough to turn your artifact into a peak supreme innate treasure, but be careful that your sect doesn't force you to hand it over. I won't let them, Zhenbiyu nodded with determination. She was more confident with her mission as a double spy with the artifact once this thing evolved to the next level. And if she could somehow get the resources for a second evolution, that would be ideal. That's good to hear. However, I'm now more indebted to you. I'm sure one day I'll need you to return the favor, Wang Wei stated. Now let's put on a little show to increase these people's trust in you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:23 The Lawless Zone. Zhenbiyu opened her eyes, and Wang Wei's projection manifested before them. They glanced at each other briefly before Wang Wei started speaking. I'm glad to see you too, but I'm not here for pleasantries. Do you remember the favor you owe me? Well, I'm here to bang. The space around him trembled, and everything turned black and white. He immediately noticed someone teleported the room to another space. Wang Wei raised his head to see a yin-yang formation above his head, and his expression turned ugly. You betrayed me? Tchh, this guy is the destined one, said an annoying and arrogant voice. Fate is blind to choose such a stupid person. We are all humans and make mistakes, said a calm and peaceful voice. There is no need to judge something for something uncontrollable. 2 people entered the room, followed by 100 more behind them. The arrogant voice was a young man with short red hair, permanent smoke, and an overall punchable face. The other was a middle-aged man in a blue Taoist robe and a blindfold. It appeared he was cultivating a technique that required him to block his sight. Wang Wei observed these 2 with an angered face. 2 Empyreans and their cultivation are both 85%. 20 Emperors ranging from 15% to 69%, and many other path cultivators. The red-haired young man spit on the floor. I'll judge if I want to, and this guy is useless. At least his face is handsome. He has that going for him. Unfortunately, I hate pretty boys the most, so your life will be hell once I get my hands on you. Wang Wei ignored him and looked at Zhen Biyu with fiery eyes. No one has ever betrayed me and gotten away with it. Mark my word, you'll regret this. Stupid bastard, he yelled before punching forward, releasing a maelstrom of red flame. However, his attack was useless as Wang Wei's body rapidly disappeared. A projection? How is that possible? Remarkable, the blind priest remarked. My hollow eyes could not detect it was a projection. Damn it. Scatter around and search for his original body. It might be close, the red-haired youth yelled, and all his men followed orders. He also flew away, using all detecting means he knew to scan the surrounding territories. In a short period, the team covered an area about 100,000 times more extensive than the lower dimension, but they did not find Wang Wei. Fuck, this is all your fault, the red hair yelled, pointing at Zhen Biyu. He bypassed your surveillance, and I had to call you secretly, but it's fault. That makes sense, she replied straight-faced. Are you trying to be snarky with me? The red hair released his powerful aura, trying to suppress her. Enough. The priest stopped his companion's actions. This bastard knows Zhen Biyu is a rare talent sought by both factions, but he does something stupid like this. What if he pushes her to those old antiques? He cupped his hands to Zhen Biyu. I apologize on his behalf. This is our mistake and our mistake alone. The blind priest sensed his partner was about to say something stupid again, and he gave him a deep glare, sending chills down his spine. Despite their similar cultivation realm, the red-haired youth knew he was weaker than the latter. It's fine, Zhen Biyu. Let's return to the sect and report the situation. She then pretended to pause before saying, let's go slow. Is there a reason? Wang Wei is a vindictive person, and he refuses to suffer any losses. He might attack us on our way back. Is that so? Then we will do as you say. Soul Network Space. She's quite good at this job, Wang Wei stated as he watched everything from the shadows. He condensed one of his spirit particles into a clone, and sent it to harass this group during their return. He then reviewed the information Zhen Biyu gathered before sending it to his guards to archive. He teleported away to his next destination, the Lawless Zone. The entrance to this bizarre area was a massive purple black hole. Wang Wei immediately felt a weird aura emanating from it, and after brief observation he allowed the gravity pull to suck him in. As soon as Wang Wei appeared on the other side, he sensed a terrifying pressure weighing on him. This power. He summoned his Dao Protector puppet and observed the effect. The puppet can only use peak Empyrean strength. This was in line with what he knew about the Lawless Zone. This place forbids strength higher than Empyrean, meaning their strength would be limited even if a primal paragon came here. I understand why this place became a place to hide from the top powerhouses of the world, Wang Wei commented. However, I wonder whether this place will have the same effect on half-step transcendence. The Lawless Zone has existed for a long time, so long that no records of its origin are left. As such, there are many rumors about how this place came to be, and the most popular theory is true heavenly Dao created this place as a haven for loose cultivators and balanced out the top lineages of the world. Wang Wei did not believe in this theory. In his opinion, true heavenly Dao operates much more cruelly in the upper dimension, meaning it would not care if top lineages hoard all the wealth and resources, especially if they keep cultivating top talents and cultivators. Wang Wei put away the puppet and looked at his surroundings. He was in a desolate field with dark red earth. The world around him was not clear but slightly dark, and it was not due to the purple sun above his head. Someone with karmic ties with me is here? He closed his eyes to focus on the thread. Empyrean Black Heart? Oh bastard. Your time of reckoning is coming. He still remembered one of the few times he came so close to death, and it was all due to that bastard. Previously, I had to rely on someone else's name to deal with you. But now, the situation will be reversed, Wang Wei sneered. He focused on his surroundings and immediately picked on clashing sounds more than 300 light-years away. His divine sense scanned the area and noticed two people fighting. A black mantis over 5 meters tall was slashing a woman with long dark hair more than 2 meters long. She tried to resist, but it was futile, as the opponent's slashes were too fast. That's what you get, you lowly miss life. You should have died with your creator. The mantis yelled before leaving a severe wound on the woman. Then a ruthless light flashed in her eyes. The Grand Mist Gang will not perish, she roared. Her hair turned into snakes that bound the mantis before exploding herself, taking him out with her. Wang Wei calmly watched everything before shifting his gaze to a dozen more battles in his vicinity. A chaotic place indeed, Wang Wei thought. He changed his appearance, reducing his aura, making his face more fierce with a scar on his left eye, and transforming his clothes to appear more ordinary. He raised his hand to summon an ox demon that had just won a victory against another creation lifeform from the Grand Mist Gang. Wang Wei searched his soul and learned two important pieces of news. He was from the Bloodline Gang, and was in the midst of a war with the Grand Mist Gang. Secondly, if he wanted to get detailed news of the Lawless Zone, buying it from the Dark Cloud Pavilion was best. Where to go next? Wang Wei calmly eradicated the ox demon, who was only on par with a saint, before teleporting away to an enormous city floating in the void. He frowned as he pondered whether to enter through the regular entrance or secretly break through the formation covering the city. After hesitating for a few seconds, he decided to stay low-key. He rushed to the entrance and waited in the short line. Less than 10 minutes later, it was his turn. 2 Dao rulers stood guard at the gate, and one had heterochromia. He glanced at Wang Wei and frowned. After a few seconds, he motioned to his partner, who asked for the lowest fee. Wang Wei paid the Dao source before entering. The first thing that popped into his mind was a city of sin. 90% of mortal cultivators he saw were full of karmic sins, and the only reason it was not the same for the others was because they were immortals and had higher immunity to karmic sins. Even then, some had a red cloud hanging above their heads. Wang Wei headed directly to the city's center. Flying and teleportation were prohibited, so he had to pay for more than 5 teleportation arrays to reach his destination. He cursed these black-hearted criminals who designed things purposely to make more money. His destination was a towering building that surpassed the artificial clouds. For a place that mainly sells information, it sure is eye-catching, Wang Wei thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1224 The Lawless Zone's Political Landscape. Wang Wei entered the dark cloud and met with a beautiful female receptionist. After glancing at him, she checked something, and a slight surprise flashed in her eyes. A noble guest, she said with a bright smile. Their pavilion treated all Empyreans with the utmost respect. Are you by any chance a VIP? She asked. No. The receptionist jolted something down on a piece of paper. Do you have a membership card? If not, do you want to apply for one? The price is only a small fee paid every 10,000 years, and you get a discount on all our services. No thank you, Wang Wei refused. She nodded and kept her gentle smile. Are you a buyer or applicant? Buyer. What are you here for? Assassination, mission, or information? Information, Wang Wei replied. The receptionist finished writing before handing him a talisman. Someone on the 11th floor will be waiting for you. Wang Wei activated the talisman, and he disappeared from the first floor. The smile on the receptionist's face disappeared. Is that a new Empyrean? If that person was not hiding their appearance, it meant a new powerhouse had entered the Lawless Zone. Based on what he does, the current situation might be shaken. She immediately reported this news to her superior before attending to the next person in line. Wang Wei found himself in a well-decorated room with beautiful vases and paintings. A middle-aged man dressed in flowing green, and an infectious smile awaited him. The name's Tang Yi, and it's my pleasure to serve your excellency. Empyrean Restless, Wang Wei replied succinctly. An odd title which can mean many things, Tang Yi thought. Please sit in. I've served tea. Wang Wei immediately noticed this room did not have cushions and a small table, but 2 comfortable chairs and a medium-sized table. It felt like he was at a restaurant instead of a personal meeting, but there was still a sense of intimacy to the decor. It'll be straightforward, Wang Wei said after sitting, not touching the tea or snacks. I just arrived here and need to know who not to offend. You've come to the right place, Tang Yi replied. The most powerful forces are the 1 hidden master, 2 kings, 3 pavilions for gangs and 5 demons. These forces have the highest combat powers and the highest number of powerhouses, and they control most of the resources. You can join them but must avoid them if you want to remain independent. Tang Yi closely observed all of Wang Wei's reactions. Interesting name, but it would have been better if they went to 9. There used to be 6 halls, but not long ago, it was revealed that one person secretly controlled all of them, and he died, so the other forces divided his assets. Oh, who is so capable? Wang Wei asked. A man named Gu Xian. The one who cultivated deception Dao. You know him? Tang Yi asked. He has some fame on the outside. I see. Wang Wei was not surprised that Gu Xian had its own power in this place. As a Dao monarch, he was on the list of people to be hunted down. This place was the only way to hide. He even knew that Gu Xian had left his treasure for recultivation in this place. However, he did not know the exact details of Gu Xian's power, since Wang Wei only had his partial memories. How much do I need to pay for detailed news on information about these factions? How detailed are we talking about? Tang Yi, the highest level your pavilion is allowed to sell. That will be costly, Tang Yi replied, rubbing his hands. I'm good for the money. Tang Yi pondered briefly before mentioning an absurdly high price. Wang Wei did not hesitate to pay, no bargaining whatsoever. This sucker must be a nouveau rich, spending money like it means nothing, Tang Yi thought. Little did he know that Wang Wei did not care about the money because it would return to him 100-fold after conquering this place. Excuse me. Tang Yi went to a back room and returned with a talisman half a minute later. Wang Wei used his divine sense to receive the information it contained. His first major observation was how little information about the Dark Cloud Pavilion this thing contained, which made sense they would not sell themselves out. His second observation was about the hidden master. Why is there so little known about this hidden master? Wang Wei asked. There were no pictures, information about his realm, or even his Dao. The only information was that whenever the Time Eater came to this place to clean it up, the hidden master would appear and band everybody together to deal with him. Afterward, he would disappear and never show his face to the world. I'm sorry, but this is the only information that our pavilion is willing to sell about the hidden master, Tang Yi swiftly replied, his face showing genuine regret. Their pavilion did not even have much information about this person, so there wasn't much to sell in the first place. Wang Wei nodded. What about independent powerhouses? Is there anyone I should be wary of? There are a few. Although they don't have a large force behind them, their fighting prowess is top-notch, said Tang Yi. Do you want news about them? Yes. A moment. Wang Wei then paid an exorbitant price before receiving the talisman. He stood up. Well, thank you for your service. Wait, Tang Yi said before handing him a purple card. This is our VIP card. Next time you arrive, someone from the 12th floor will serve you. Additionally, the card comes with a free mansion. Wang Wei took the card and received the information it contained before calmly putting it away and leaving. His new house was in a prime area near the pavilion, meaning he did not have to travel too far. The card served as the control center of the mansion's formations, so Wang Wei took control of them. They should have done a better job monitoring this place, he thought. He removed all the flaws in the mansion's formations, and the ones on the VIP card. Wang Wei found a room he liked and settled down. Let's get some more information. He used his Boschian turtle shell to divine more information on these factions and their leaders, especially for the Dark Cloud Pavilion. The effect of my divination has dramatically decreased in this place, Wang Wei complained. But even so, it's odd that I found nothing about this hidden master. He was not satisfied with the result of the divination, but it still provided him with crucial details/information. The best place to start is with either the Second Kings or the 5 demons, Wang Wei thought, and after analyzing everything, he chose his first target, the Barbarian King. The man is simple and lives his life by the creed that strength is above everything. So as long as I can defeat him, he will willingly become my follower, Wang Wei concluded. Now that he had a plan, it was time to execute. However, he did not immediately leave this city. Instead, he spent the next few days traveling around this city, observing and leaving the seeds for when he conquered the Dark Cloud Pavilion. Once that was done, he headed for the battle Colosseum, ruled by the Barbarian King. After flying quite a distance from the city, Wang Wei stopped and turned around. His gaze focused in one specific direction, and a group of people appeared after a minute. "So you found us?" said a petite woman, accompanied by a thin man beside her and a dozen more individuals behind them. "It seems we underestimate your capabilities." Wang Wei looked at this group composed of 2 Empyreans and a few more great emperors. He did not care for them since the highest cultivation was the woman with a 73% Grand Dao source comprehension. However, he detected a strange aura from them. The petite woman frowned, displeased at his lack of response. However, she controlled herself for the sake of the mission. "Our pavilion master would like a meeting." Wang Wei did not answer, focusing on these people's strange aura. His intuition told him it was valuable information once he figured it out. "Are you not going to give our pavilion master face?" the woman asked in a grave tone while releasing an intense killing intent. "How annoying," Wang Wei uttered before his soul released a fluctuation that knocked out all these people. He immediately searched their souls, and as expected, they had restrictions. However, by all standards, these restrictions were subpar in quality despite containing the power of a peak Empyrean. Wang Wei pondered briefly before placing a deceiving heaven array in these people's sea of consciousness, to deceive their master from knowing when he breaks and replaces the restriction in their souls. Once that was done, it was easy for him to search their memories before enslaving all of them. "Master," said the petite woman while kneeling in the void. The other people followed him. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible." 1225 The Battle Colosseum. "So that's why their auras are so weird," Wang Wei commented, finally figuring out the puzzle. "So many talented individuals. It seems I made the correct decision to come here." He glanced at his new subordinates and started beating them up. He then handed a talisman with access to his strength to the petite woman before disappearing. The petite woman then secretly led the group back to the pavilion. They immediately entered a secret room to activate a formation. "Pavilion Master." They all saluted as they knelt on one knee. "Things didn't go well?" asked a hoarse voice hidden by a black mist. "We have failed you." "How strong is he? Do you have a reference?" the Dark Cloud Pavilion Master asked. "He defeated us with such ease. I'm guessing a minimum of 80%. Guess. I'm sorry, sir, but it was truly an overwhelming defeat." "Is that so?" the shadowy figure muttered. "One last question. Why are you still alive?" "He wanted us to send a message," the petite woman replied. "A message? What a bold fellow," the pavilion master sneered, not hiding his slight irritation. "What message?" The petite woman hesitated. "Speak." The hesitation did not abate. "Do you want me to repeat myself?" the pavilion master asked sternly. So she quickly answered. "He said the next time you people play such tricks on him, he will burn our pavilion down." The pavilion master laughed, his voice containing a hidden chill. "I can't remember the last time an overconfident brat has entered this place." He exhaled deeply. "Maybe this is good news. We've been a little too quiet lately, and I need someone to make an example of." "You're dismissed," And don't forget to head to the law enforcement for your punishment. Yes, Pavilion Master. The communication ended, leaving the mysterious figure alone with his thoughts. I need to start moving. The Dark Cloud Pavilion's current situation was not ideal, especially compared to the other pavilions. The Azure Sky Pavilion sells weapons, talismans, and special ores. The Green Earth Pavilion's primary focus is pills and spiritual herbs. Both these people control over 90% of the market. The Dark Cloud Pavilion's primary service is information and assassination, and they also control the market. However, the nature of their work was different from the others. Resources are rare in this desolate place, so the other pavilions could only do business because of their secret connection to the outside world. However, the Dark Cloud Pavilion did not have to rely on the outside for their work. This fact was previously a great advantage to them. After all, they did not need to risk trips to the outside world for their business to continue. Sadly, fate was not on their side. The situation on the outside drastically changed, leading to fewer people coming to the Lawless zone, and more people leaving. The other pavilions' business became easier to conduct, leading to a drastic increase in profit. The Pavilion Master even suspects these pavilions have already established a footing in the outside world, preparing to possibly leave this place. Meanwhile, he's stuck here. His information network was useless on the outside, and his previous attempts at establishing one failed miserably. The situation has reached the point where he needs to make drastic changes to maintain his power, and maybe even increase it. Wang Wei soon arrived before a floating continent with a towering pagoda at the center. These people seem to enjoy tall buildings, Wang Wei remarked. There were no entrance guards or fees, so he casually entered. The process was easy as the formation did not even stop him. However, Wang Wei immediately felt another formation scanning his body. Once that was done, a few characters appeared above his head. Empyrean. Victory. 0 loss. 0. Then a spatial power enveloped him, teleporting him to the east side of the continent. Wang Wei looked around, and everyone was the same, with their cultivation and win-loss ratio written above their heads. The information so far is correct. The east side is for immortal cultivators, and the west side is for mortals, Wang Wei thought. He suddenly took a deep breath and inhaled. The energy in the environment can accelerate healing, but it also makes it easier for people to be violent and start fights. This barbarian king truly worshipped the art of combat. Hey, you over there. Yes, Wang Wei replied. I like your clothes. Give them to me, said a middle-aged man with a lion mane for a beard. Wang Wei looked above his head. Empyrean. Victory. 31-34. Loss 12. No, he declined. Ballsy, aren't you? I like your kind. Come, let's decide the ownership of your clothes with combat. The middle-aged man declared with a grin. Do you want regular or killing battle? In this place, you cannot refuse another person's challenge unless you're a titled individual, in which case only other people with titles can challenge you. Of course, people with higher cultivation can challenge lower cultivation, but only in regular combat. I choose killing battle. The middle-aged man's smile froze. Do you understand what you're doing? I do, Wang Wei nodded. After killing you, I can inherit everything that belongs to you, including your house, wives, and resources, and even your dead body will now be my property. The middle-aged man turned red. Most people will choose regular battles, unless they have deep animosity. He only wanted to take this bastard's clothes as a welcoming ceremony to this place. He did not expect to meet a madman. Where does his confidence come from? He thought with gritted teeth. No matter. I'm confident in my victory, and he'll make sure he regrets his choice. Anyway, it's not like he can decline this fight, especially since he's the one who initiated it. Fine. As soon as he uttered these words, the surroundings changed. A force suddenly appeared and teleported them to a desolate world with a red sun, and no life in sight. The middle-aged man rushed toward Wang Wei immediately after the teleportation process ended, using his knowledge and experience in this place to his advantage. Boom! Wang Wei slapped him, and a loud cracking sound echoed in the sky, followed by a large explosion as the middle-aged man crashed on the ground. Wang Wei appeared next to him, looking at him with cold and indifferent eyes. Sigh. No problem, but you must be my follower from now on, Wang Wei bargained. Oh, okay. Wang Wei pointed at his forehead before releasing a blue light. However, he soon frowned. A restriction? Moreover, it's odd. Although its power is only at the Empyrean level, its essence is much higher. What's more, this one contains a slight innate aura. Is the restriction from a heaven premarch, or maybe a supreme chaos treasure? Wang Wei analyzed the situation swiftly. He looked at the middle-aged man. Why did you surrender when you already belonged to someone else? I do. You didn't know? The middle-aged man shook his head. It seems the barbarian king was not some brute that only cared about fighting. He must have been secretly building his power to ensure his position in this place. Please don't kill me. Don't you have any pride? Wang Wei suddenly asked. What is pride worth? There is hope for me as long as I'm alive. I forgot these cultivators in the upper dimension don't have as much pride as the lower dimension, because of how accessible the Emperor Path is, Wang Wei commented. Alright, I'll spare you. Now hand over the key to your house and access to all your resources. Thank you. The middle-aged man handed him a space ring, and after checking it, Wang Wei nodded. His surroundings changed again, and they returned to the Colosseum. His victory increased by 1, and Wang Wei flew away. He fought 4 more people to check their souls, and 2 had secret restrictions. He headed to the center of this continent, where the pagoda was located. The middle-aged man was less than 2,000 victories away from meeting the requirement to enter the pagoda. Additionally, he was strong enough to buy housing close to the tower. Although it was not as good as those people with 4,000 or 5,000 victories who could live directly next to the pagoda, it was decent. After entering the house, he found more than a dozen women waiting for them. They were slightly surprised by his presence, but that was the extent of their reaction. Master, they bowed to him, speaking fluently without hesitation. One of them stepped forward. What is it you desire today? Wang Wei observed her, and he could immediately detect a strong emotion, worry. She must have been the favorite, and now, she's worried whether she will lose her position. He took a moment to think about what to do with these women. Releasing them would only mean they would become someone else's property. Let's just keep them until I take over this place. Then, I can fight for a better way for them to survive. How many of you know how to cook? And I mean truly know how to cook, he asked. A slight majority raised their hands. Cook me your best dish. You can use the best materials around. Join my Discord to have many discussions about the story and so on. Here is the link. Novelcole Discord. GG/PrincessTAPY Lazy SageDAO. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. 12:26 Long way to go. A few hours later, Wang Wei was casually eating these women's food. He did not care nor had any expectations. He gave them a task as a way to psychologically comfort them since he knew they would feel useless if he ignored or completely dismissed them. And in this terrifying place, being useless meant they would be killed, discarded, or even worse, traded as goods to someone else. Wang Wei uttered after taking a bite in one of the dishes. He focused and ate even more. This is delicious even by my standards. He added the meat to the rice and took a bite. They perfectly combine, and the taste even elevates each other. He drank the soup next, and his eyes shone even brighter. A 3-piece combination meal? Wang Wei quickly finished the meal before summoning the woman who made it. He looked at a thin woman with large eyes that had lost their luster. She had shoulder-length black hair and a mole underneath her eyes, and her body smelled of naturally alluring herbs. She was an unconventional beauty. What's your name? Chunjilan, she replied while secretly holding the corner of her green dress. Where did you learn to cook like this? I cultivate food Dao. Wang Wei shook his head. You're only a quasi-emperor, so even with such a unique Dao, it's impossible for your cooking to reach such a level, unless you're an unparalleled genius. Are you an unparalleled genius? Chunjilan lowered her head. You can tell me the truth, Wang Wei reassured. Unlike your predecessor, I have no desire to take advantage of the weak. Are you going to abandon us? Chunjilan quickly asked. Such a fate might be worse for them. Their previous owner might be a bastard, but he was not one of those sick bastards who used them to fulfill his demonic desires. No, you'll find a better and more peaceful life for the rest of you, Wang Wei reassured. However, if any of you have talents or abilities I appreciate, life will be much easier for you once I leave this place. Chunjilan was silent for a few seconds before saying, I understand. Can you answer my question now? She still briefly hesitated before telling the truth. I had a master who was, in fact, an unparalleled genius. With his food Tao, he became an everlasting Empyrean in record times. His skill even reached the level where he could make food beneficial to paragons as long as he had the material and enough time. Chunjilan became teary. I'm guessing fate was not kind to him, Wan Wei said as he waved his hand to manifest a handkerchief for her. Sadly, she nodded. The moons heard of him and came for him. Some wanted to eradicate him, while others wanted to use his gift. In the end, the blood dragon took him away, and I've never heard from him since. She's not an immortal, and her lifespan is limited, so this should have happened recently, probably between 1 million to a few billion years. Wang Wei leaned on the latter because the main events that occurred in the past few million years mainly involved the lower dimension. If anything had happened before, his guard should have records of it. What happened to you afterward? Many of the master's apprentices died or scattered during the confrontation. Chunjilan explained. I was one of the lucky ones who escaped. She wiped out her tears. Life was hard after that, but with my cooking, I could live a decent life even in hiding. Unfortunately, I was caught by slave traders and brought to this place, and... I understand, Wang Wei nodded. Well, you don't have to worry anymore. I'll even help you find your master. Thank you for the offer, but I doubt he's still alive. She's not that bright, is she? Wang Wei thought. Maybe just ignorant. You said your master was an everlasting Empyrean, correct? That's right. In that case, he's definitely alive. After all, you remembered him, didn't you? Wang Wei explained. Chunjilan looked at him with shock. That's right. How can I forget about that? Then, she started to sob again as she sat on the floor. What is it? Wang Wei asked while helping her up. I spent so many years mourning him, she replied with tears and snot on her face. I even built him an ancestral shrine. Do you think he's going to be mad at me? I'm sure he'll understand, Wang Wei reassured. Poor girl. All that trauma must have severely affected her spirit. His mind released a unique fluctuation, making Chunjilan pass out as her body and mind completely relaxed. Then her body flew to her room. What a strange girl. Wang Wei shook his head as he walked to his room. However, he suddenly stopped. I did something on a whim, but found a pair of talented master disciples with a rare food Tao? Is my luck this good? His essence flower ability required him to consume delicious food, which was a welcome surprise. However, Wang Wei felt something suspicious. His luck was excellent, but many good things happened recently, meaning it was time for him to calm down. Could it be that fate realized it might be a while before I can taste the future wife's food, and sent me a temporary replacement? Wang Wei thought but soon shook his head. It loved me, but not to this extent. He looked at Chunjilan, peacefully sleeping, and his eyes changed. She's related to Su Junyao? Wang Wei's lips twitched as he put the pieces together. He had a fated love connection with Su Junyao, meaning they must experience many events to build an emotional bond naturally. Chunjilan and her master are part of those events. Wang Wei exhaled deeply. It's horrifying if you think about it logically. For this event regarding his love life, fate involved 3 Empyreans and a Paragon, Blood Dragon, as the primary participants. The power of the participants is not even the most impressive aspect. The scale of fate's operation is. Wang Wei, Su Junyao, Chunzilan's master, and Blood Dragon are only 4 individuals in an infinitely large world. Fate has absolute control over the mortals of this world, and weaves its influence amongst all the cultivators, who are considered gods and demons. Moreover, the eternal ascension world is only one world amid the infinite worlds in the chaos universe. Wang Wei suddenly felt or realized how tiny he was. His fate manipulation is a joke compared to the River of Fate or its guardian/manager, the adjudicator of fate. There is no need to beat myself down, he thought, inhaling and exhaling to calm down. This only means I have a long way to go to attain my freedom. Look, he has an invincible streak. 1913, that's nothing. It will only be impressive if he can keep it while battling the tower. The next day, Qin Jilan woke up refreshed, having had the best sleep since her master's disappearance. She quickly went to apologize to Wang Wei for how she behaved yesterday, and the latter reassured her. After breakfast, Wang Wei warned the other women, who were already displaying hidden jealousy toward Qin Jilan, before leaving to start his challenge. According to the rules, as long as a cultivator in this continent leaves their house, considered a sacred and protective place, they must experience a minimum of 5 battles and a maximum of 1,000 battles. Wang Wei challenged all the Empyreans, but there were only 210 of them. He was not surprised since most of them had already entered the pagoda. Regardless, he won his matches as quickly as possible, usually with one punch. After that, he challenged the Dao rulers, which was even easier and quicker. Although a few insurgents were among them, most were just regular Dao rulers. In fact, they exercised their right to give up this battle once they encountered Wang Wei, and he was okay with it since it still counted as his win. In 5 days, Wang Wei met the requirements and took everyone from his room to enter the pagoda. As soon as he stepped inside, a golden crown condensed above his head, alarming everyone in the lobby. Wang Wei sensed countless gazes focusing on him, but he remained calm. "Someone who's going to get a title?" murmured an emperor on the corner. "Look, he has an invincible streak." "That's nothing. It will only be impressive if he can keep it while battling the tower." "Look at this man's face. I think he might keep it." "Keep dreaming. Only a few people can remain undefeated as they climb the tower, and they all lose that streak anyway after fighting the Barbarian king," sneered another bystander. "Either way, I have a good feeling about this one, so we'll bet on him." "That's what you said, but the person you chose was defeated on the 3rd floor." "I'm telling you, my intuition is telling me this person is the real deal." Wang Wei calmly observed and listened. An administrator from the pagoda came to lead him to a private room. "Join my Discord to have many discussions about the story and so on. Here is the link, Novelcole Discord. GG/PrincessTAPY Lazy SageDAO. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1227 The Barbarian King. Wang Wei sat comfortably in a chair with a list in his hands, which contained the resources he could exchange in this battle pagoda. As someone with 5,000 victories, he's entitled to 5,000 battle points, and an additional 5,000 points for a perfect winning streak. Most of the resources are not rare. However, the fact he could get his hands on them in this place, and possibly on a large scale, is proof of the Barbarian King's ability, Wang Wei commented. However, a few things are eye-raising. He saw Heaven Wills on the list as exchangeable resources. Could this place also give birth to Heaven Wills? He immediately denied this. If this were true, the top lineages would do everything they could to conquer this place. Maybe he has deep connections, including with the pavilions, Wang Wei summarized. His eyes shifted to what genuinely caught his attention on the list. What is the effect of the battle temple? He was curious since this was the priciest thing on the list, requiring battle points per hour to access. "I'm sorry, sir, but only people on the 4th floor are privy to this information," replied a well-mannered woman with blue hair, a white robe, and a reassuring smile. "That's fine. Anyway, let's get this over with." "It's good to be confident," the receptionist replied with a businesslike smile. "After reviewing footage of your battles, we've granted you the title, Domineering Fist." Cliché and a little bit cringe, but that's fine since it's not that important in the grand scheme of things, Wang Wei thought. "No reaction?" thought the receptionist. "Do you want to climb immediately or rest in the housing area?" "I have some people with me, so let's rest first." "As you wish." Someone led Wang Wei to a mansion on this floor. He let all these women stay there while he observed the house. He sensed something, so he closed his eyes. This house provides a small blessing to comprehending the grand Tao source, he analyzed. I'm starting to get a bigger picture of the Barbarian King. The next day, Wang Wei started his first match on the first floor. According to the rules, he might have to experience one or multiple battles to determine whether to ascend to the second floor. And the exact criteria are unknown to anyone. Although this seems unfair, Wang Wei had no complaints. His first opponent was a strange Dao ancestor insurgent who held a shield in his left hand and a curved sword in his right with the title of the Elusive Guard. The two stared at each other as a number manifested between heaven and earth to serve as a countdown. 3, 1. Begin. Wang Wei appeared before the man and punched him. You actually evaded it? Although he was not trying, not just anybody could evade his attack. How did you do it? The elusive guard's body trembled as these two gray eyes looked at him up and down. He felt naked as all his secrets became an open book. Reading the electrical impulses of my body to predict my movements? No, not just the electrical impulses, but a unique aura that they create, Wang Wei uttered. Quite the decent technique. Wang Wei moved, and before his opponent could react, he knocked him out. His win ratio increased, and after waiting for a few seconds, he ascended to the second layer. In this battle, he faced an insurgent immortal sovereign with a unique chi called the Immortal Army Chi, which allowed him to summon a large quantity of immortal venerables. Of course, someone of Wang Wei's caliber does not care about numbers. However, this chi was not so simple as it allowed its user to fuse these summons into more powerful entities. And the summons were immortal as long as their summoners were alive, conscious, and had enough chi. Additionally, the summons also had decent techniques similar to the first floor. This battle was more tedious than challenging. The pagoda's power hid the whereabouts of the summoner, forcing Wang Wei to fight a few rounds before he found his opponent and ended the charade. On the third floor, he faced an assassin. They fought in a misty space, and the environment was designed to give his opponent the advantage. On the fourth layer, Wang Wei headed directly to the battle temple. He found himself before a large bronze mural with drawings of people fighting. The mural had no easily discernible aura, but it felt ancient and powerful. Wang Wei closed his eyes and immediately felt his mind even more active than usual. Ideas and thoughts flashed around at an alarming speed. So that's what it is, Wang Wei thought with a smile. I've been thinking about improving my techniques, and fate sends me this place. The Battle Temple's sole purpose was to help people create better techniques or battle skills. That's why the previous challengers all had decent techniques despite mostly being loose cultivators with no foundation, and not being unparalleled geniuses. Wang Wei lost himself in the act of upgrading his techniques when he was suddenly interrupted. Not enough battle points? What a shame. He was annoyed that he had to stop. The process of creating/upgrading his technique was never so fluent, smooth, and dare say, easy. He exhaled. No need to be upset. Once I defeat the Barbarian King, this place will be mine to use as I see fit. After knowing what was waiting for him, Wang Wei speed ran through the next challenges. He had to face Empyrean from the 7th floor and battle more than once before ascending, but nothing could stop him. The only battle he paid attention to was on the 9th floor when he faced a series of battle puppets, the last one of which even forced him to use 50% of his strength. After passing the 9th floor, the pagoda became lively. It's been a while since someone had reached the 10th floor, meaning the Barbarian King hadn't displayed his might in a while. So this battle suddenly became grandiose. Everyone in the pagoda and outside gathered to experience this major event. People bet on who was going to win. And of course, the majority favored the Barbarian King. The official gambling hall of the pagoda focused on specific bets, for example, how long will Wang Wei last? Or whether he'll be able to injure the Barbarian King in the slightest. Wang Wei floated in the air with his arms crossed, ignoring all the whispers outside. He was interested in an opponent like the Barbarian King, and luckily he did not have to wait long. A space crack appeared in front of him to spew a towering, muscular man. The Barbarian King was 3.5 meters, making him a small giant compared to Wang Wei's 1.95 meters. His braided hair made his face fierce but with a hint of suaveness. The Barbarian King wore a simple black robe but did not put on the top, leaving his upper torso bare, showing his intimidating physique. His muscles were so defined that it could be said his muscles had muscles. Above him, a win-lose ratio of 2,349 to 0 manifested. This ratio might appear small, but considering the high requirements for the 9th floor, it was actually impressive that so many people finally received the opportunity to face him. A barbarian with a giant race bloodline? Wang Wei commented. What a strange combination. This battle might be interesting. As soon as he laid eyes on this person, he knew he was a worthy adversary. The Barbarian King was a peak indestructible Empyrean that achieved limit indestructibility. His body will fusion is already in the advanced stage, one step from perfection, Wang Wei thought, and his eyes immediately shone. This man is an unparalleled genius. Interesting indeed. The Barbarian King spoke, his voice deep but also reassuring. I thought this would just be a match to display my power after so long. But you might be a truly worthy opponent. I'm honored, Wang Wei said without any signs of respect whatsoever. He released his aura, and the Barbarian King grinned, showing his rows of white teeth before also doing the same. Their aura clash twisted the void, and the crowd watching went wild. The battle countdown ended, and Wang Wei rushed forward. Boom. His body flew backward, crashing through a few mountains. He had to use his superb control of force to reduce the attack's effect and stop himself from continuing. He looked at the right side of his body, and it was gone. It calmly regenerated as he sighed. As expected, he sighed. The Barbarian King had reached the peak of 10 heavens while he was still in the 3rd. Additionally, this monster had the bloodline of the giant race while being a barbarian, meaning strength was his strong suit. The Barbarian King laughed as he appeared before Wang Wei. You have it. The madness of truly talented body refiners who wish to test the limit of their bodies against anything and anyone. It's been a while since I met another kin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:28 A Battle of True Will. Wang Wei smiled at this comment. Few body refiners can reach their level without being masochists and mad. After his body regenerated, he clenched his fist. His body had high immunity to all Dao, including the power Dao. So he had to deactivate that immunity to test his strength, which is why he was hurt. However, he was prepared for a real battle after learning about the wide gap between the 3rd and 10th heavens. He activated all his Grand Dao boosts. He raised his hand to summon a purple bolt of lightning before throwing them. The Barbarian King casually swapped the attack away, and Wang Wei appeared before him, plunging his hand into the latter's stomach. He used his 5 fingers as a spear, and normally, such an attack could pierce a universe, breaking it into 2 parts. However, it did not even scratch the Barbarian King's skin. The king responded by dropping his massive elbow on Wang Wei's cranium. The viewers expected to see a headless corpse with blood spilling, but the attack merely created a massive shockwave that destroyed the surroundings. As for Wang Wei, he was perfectly intact. The two stared at each other before clashing repeatedly. Wang Wei mostly used elemental attacks, while the Barbarian King was direct, using his fist and powerful body to annihilate anyone or anything in his path. After clashing for over a minute, the two stopped. They immediately knew that with their limit indestructibility, no attack would work on each other. There was only one way to determine the victor. Willpower manifestation /Dao will /true will. Only this power that negates defense and regeneration can injure them and decide the fate of this battle. As such, red lightning manifested around these two eyes. I thought he would reject using a Dao will artifact, Wang Wei thought. His initial assessment of the Barbarian King was that he was similar to those headstrong swordsmen of the extreme path, but for body refining. Such a person should only use willpower manifestation and reject the power of true will despite it being objectively better. He's powerful, has a scheming mind, and is not headstrong or pedantic. He's truly a talent. He was genuinely excited about acquiring such a talent. In the lower dimension, he had to mold the people around him into talents, while the other talents were either his enemy or too prideful to serve under him. But today he did not have to worry about that. The Barbarian King went on the offensive with a palm attack. He appeared before Wang Wei and slapped downward with his enormous hand. Wang Wei's eyes squinted before punching. He sensed it as soon as their attacks touched. The palm contained an invisible swirling power that could grind even a black hole into a fine paste. However, the more impressive aspect of this technique was not its strength, but the fact that the Barbarian King's true will was also rotating at an alarming rate. If Wang Wei was not careful, his true will would be dispersed, and he would be injured for real. Unfortunately for the Barbarian King, he met an expert. Wang Wei's true will seemingly assimilated with his opponent before reverting the rotating force, turning it into a backlash. The Barbarian King's huge body moved with terrifying speed a few kilometers away, and he glanced at a tiny red part of his palm. He was injured. "I haven't bled since I fought that old man," he commented, his voice trying to contain his excitement. Then he grinned. "It seems I still underestimate you." What a quick reaction, Wang Wei thought. That attack should have pulverized the Barbarian King's entire arm, just like what had happened to him. More importantly, his body is unnatural. After these short clashes, Wang Wei realized the Barbarian King's body was not due to a special physique or bloodline, but more so the result of a body refining technique. Unfortunately, the opponent's information was protected by this pagoda, so Wang Wei needed more time to gather and analyze more data. "You should take this seriously," Wang Wei replied. "Otherwise you'll suffer, and I won't accept any excuses for your defeat. I would never do such a sacrilegious thing and tarnish the sacred art of combat." The Barbarian King responded seriously. "Sacred? I never thought I would meet someone more battle-hungry than me." Li Jun, or the monkey, Wang Wei thought. Maybe my ancestor was like this. After all, he chose the battle maniac name. The Barbarian King's body suddenly lit up, as if it were a shining diamond. He slashed his hand downward, managing to generate a sword slash more than 10 meters long, heading toward his opponent with unparalleled speed. Wang Wei waved his hand to the side to break the attack, and his eyes squinted. "That bastard learned my technique," he thought. The Barbarian King learned his true will application of melding his power into his opponent to disarm it. Wang Wei was sure he did not know it beforehand, given how he reacted after coming into contact for the first time. The Barbarian King did not give him time to respond, so he continued. He flew jumped higher into the sky. As he reached a few kilometers above Wang Wei's head, he landed, and the space underneath his feet caved in. The Barbarian King expertly controlled his strength to bend spacetime under his feet. He then used it like a slingshot to shoot himself with immeasurable speed toward Wang Wei. Wang Wei would have praised such a brilliant body-refining movement technique, but the opponent's speed had reached the same level as him, maybe even slightly higher, so all his focus was on how to react. He did not evade and clashed head-on with a fist of his own. To the normal viewers, this clash was a confrontation of power or attack potency. However, only a few people and the two involved knew this was a confrontation of their true wills. This is the deciding factor in a battle with strength that is so close together. The Barbarian King used a different true will technique. This time around, he condensed his true will to increase its potency before exploding. The explosion should have eliminated the opponent's true will while also doing great damage to the body. Unfortunately for him, Wang Wei retaliated with the same condensing approach, but executed more brilliantly. The clash of true will is invisible, undetectable, and indescribable to normal individuals. However, if it were to be expressed in a way for mortals to understand, then it could be summarized as such. The Barbarian King's condensation was as if he took the tallest mountain possible and condensed it into a ball the size of an egg before removing the pressure and allowing it to explode. However, Wang Wei's was as if he took the largest star possible and condensed it into a tiny dot. The result was the Barbarian King's right arm exploding in a pool of blood. However, this injury was nothing. On top of his cultivation talent, the man also had a terrifyingly high battle IQ. He accepted his loss in the confrontation, and before his arm was entirely blown up, He removed a significant part of the right side of his body to prevent Wang Wei's true will from remaining inside his body. The Barbarian King also realized that for an opponent of this caliber, the less than a nanosecond his body needs to regenerate is plenty of time. So the moment his arm was blowing up and he was protecting himself, he was also making a third move, growing 3 more limbs from his back. So when Wang Wei was about to follow up with a second attack, the Barbarian King's forearms slapped each other, releasing a potent force that pushed the space between him and his opponent, thus separating them by a few hundred light years. The Barbarian King expected the opponent to be more aggressive and come after him, but Wang Wei stopped and waited for him. The king frowned. What is this? Pity? Mockery? His voice did not hide his annoyance. Not at all, Wang Wei replied. I just know this is still not your true pinnacle state, and I want to see and fight you at your best. I understand, the king replied, his voice containing a deeper respect for his opponent. I prepared this technique for the old man, but I guess you'll be the first one to see it. This was not the first time the Barbarian King faced an opponent that was exponentially better than him at utilizing their true will. After that defeat, he trained his true will non-stop, but felt it was not enough. So he developed a method that was unique to him to give him an advantage. Muscle will. An unknown will awakened from the Barbarian King's body to fuse with his true will. The answer to his problem was that he would win with numbers and raw power since he could not fight with skill against these experts. What's going on? Wang Wei asked himself, extremely baffled. The body could not have another will, especially after starting the body will fusion. Any will awakening from the body would just be part of someone's will manifestation. Unless he has 2 souls, which could make it possible, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Wang Wei thought as he observed every detail of this technique, trying to figure out its in and out. His gray eyes lit up, and he saw something. This bastard. No wonder his body is so abnormal. Who knew he could think of such a thing? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1229 A Monster in the Flesh. As the Barbarian King used his technique, Wang Wei was able to notice the changes in his body, allowing him to know why he was such an anomaly and solve a mystery that puzzled him. From what Wang Wei knew, the giant race had been extinct for a long time. They existed in a time that could be described as ancient history even by this world's standards. The current giant race is the product of evolved creation lifeforms and has nothing to do with its ancestors. So, how did the Barbarian King acquire his bloodline? He could have found a relic or inheritance of the ancient giant race and acquired the bloodline. However, the chances of anything related to them still surviving in the modern era were slim. The only other explanation is that one of the Barbarian King's distant ancestors had some affairs with the giant race, and the Barbarian King accidentally won the bloodline lottery, awakening that giant bloodline countless yuan epochs later. Such an act already made the Barbarian King special. The Barbarian race was known for its powerful physiques and talent for body refining, and now he also had the talent from the giant race, who could grow taller and bigger than the innate demon gods and the fiend gods. However, what truly impressed Wang Wei was what he did with that bloodline. The Barbarian King's body refining technique involved using his bloodline to condense a giant clone. He would cultivate that clone to be as big or strong as possible before fusing them into himself. This technique was like an origin cultivator, had cultivated hundreds of Dharma bodies to fuse with. Wang Wei could tell that the Barbarian King's skin, muscles, flesh, bones, organs, and blood were fused with hundreds of giant clones, turning his physique into the monstrous entity that it is currently. One giant already takes so many resources to cultivate, but he fused with hundreds of them, Wang Wei lamented. The Barbarian race must have dedicated so much effort to train this bastard, but why was he living in this desolate place? As soon as he asked his questions, Wang Wei had an answer, so he could only shake his head. The Barbarian King awakened the will of all the giant clones he had previously absorbed, fusing them into one before combining them into his true will. The lightning around his eyes was no longer red but purple. Now I'm at my best, the Barbarian King declared. Indeed. In that case, Let's get this show started. Wang Wei used his Fate Escape technique to appear before his opponent and punched him in the stomach. The Barbarian King responded by blocking with his left elbow. This attack was an initial test, so Wang Wei used the previous condensing technique. As expected, the Barbarian King learned from the previous battle and drastically improved, but he was still not in the same league as Wang Wei. However, he did not need to. His muscle will made up for the parts he was lacking, allowing him to make up for the gap. Invincible aura, a golden shade enveloped the Barbarian King's body, and his overall atmosphere changed. Anyone looking at him would know he was a man of indomitable spirit. Yes, he had an invincible battle streak, but that was not why he was invincible. He was invincible because of his nature to never give up no matter the situation. He was invincible because he believed that no one could stop his path forward. The Barbarian King's power increased since this technique could grant a Grand Dao boost. He went from a strength of 99% of Grand Dao source to 9,999%, climbing closer to the strength of the Paragon realm. His right hand then went directly to Wang Wei's head, but the latter responded appropriately. Determinism aura, a dark gray hue emanated from his body and enveloped the world, turning into a dark shade. The golden light around the Barbarian King's body faltered as a terrifying feeling of fatalism. The Barbarian King's mind was suddenly full of the idea that a higher power determined everything in his life, and all his accomplishments, including his battle victories, were not the result of his actions or capabilities but determined by fate. These thoughts almost destroyed his belief system. Luckily, he was a man with incredible willpower, so he soon overcame these thoughts and feelings. Unfortunately for him, the effect of his aura was rendered useless, allowing Wang Wei to evade his punch while counterattacking with another punch to the chest. The Barbarian King took a dozen steps back with a hole in his stomach. Wang Wei had finally used the true trump card of his true will technique, versatility and change. So in this attack, his true will started with a condensing method to lure his enemy into a sense of complacency before turning into a twisting attack, which caught the Barbarian King off guard. However, the talented body refiner also made the correct choice in this situation. He used his two wills to force the opponent's power from his body, allowing him to continue this battle. Wang Wei was more aggressive since he was now taking this battle seriously, so he teleported before his opponent and used one of his old techniques. He gathered vibrations from every aspect of his otherworldly body, his skin, muscles, bones, cells, and even every atom of his existence, and condensed them into a force that he released through his hand. Such an attack should have been devastating, but the Barbarian King had an answer. A white projection of a giant manifested behind him, and the creature embraced the Barbarian King, as if it were a mother protecting her child. Cracks spread throughout the projection as soon as Wang Wei's fist touched it, but the technique still granted its user a moment of respite as it blocked most of the attack's strength. Wang Wei's eyes suddenly released a beam of chaos flame as a follow-up, and the Barbarian King responded by opening his mouth and swallowing it. His mouth was like its own black hole, and this was not far from the truth. After fusing so many giants, the Barbarian King's body had mutated. His stomach was like a condensed version of a giant stomach, meaning it contained its own dimension to make up for the size. Wang Wei manifested strings that swiftly attached themselves to the Barbarian King's limbs, but the big man escaped this technique by a surprising means. In a matter of less than an attosecond, he shrunk his body to the size of a particle before returning to its original size after escaping the immediate range of the strings. War God's 3 talents. The Barbarian King created 3 projections/clones with the same strength as him. He decided to use numbers to give himself the advantage in this battle, so he ordered the projections to attack as he waited on the side to assist or make use of an opportunity. The clones immediately surrounded Wang Wei before attacking his head, all their first turning into a lion energy projection. Boom! The attack seems to have worked. Upon contact, Wang Wei exploded into a gray mist, but before anyone could rejoice, the mist enveloped the clones. The mist dissipated soon after, leaving an intact Wang Wei and the clones with a mark on their forehead. They then looked at their creators with undisguised malice. Of course, The Barbarian King tried to secretly disperse his technique, but it was useless. Ancestral Roar. He opened his mouth for a sonic attack with a wide area of effect. Two phantoms, a barbarian and a giant, manifested behind the Barbarian King and roared along with him. This sonic attack not only released a potent vibrational effect, but also contained an oppressive power that wanted to crush everything in its path. It also includes a third characteristic, attacking the mind/spirit/soul. Wang Wei controlled the three clones to stand before him, and combined their strength for one attack, which created a direct path into this terrifying roar. He then manipulated his blood to condense into a spear, and threw it through that path. The Barbarian King's face changed as he sensed an unbelievable penetrating power from that spear. Even the true will attached to it involved a skill based on penetration. His mind went into overdrive to analyze the situation, and he realized that most of his defensive skills would be instantly pierced. So he controlled his body to dissipate his skin, muscles, flesh, blood, and organs, leaving only his bones, which were the hardest part. He raised his bony arms to block the blood spear. For a brief moment, the Barbarian King stopped the attack, proving he made the right choice. Sadly, his opponent was thinking a few moves ahead of him. The blood spear suddenly exploded into blood needles with the same piercing potential, embedding themselves in all his 365 bones. The Barbarian King's face changed as he realized the severity of his situation. The needles contained scattered true will, so he immediately tried to remove them. Unfortunately, there were so many of them that it would take him way too long to deal with every individual one. The king turned his attention to Wang Wei, who was already before him. As he was about to respond, the blood needles and true will exploded, temporarily paralyzing him. Then, Wang Wei calmly touched his bones and sealed his power. "You lose," he declared. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 12:30 Monk. Indeed. The Barbarian King nodded. This feeling is still terrible. Had only been defeated a handful of times in his life, and it was never a positive experience. That's true, Wang Wei nodded. You've tested defeat? Once, well, a few times, but only once that I truly acknowledged, he nodded. Someone has defeated you? I would love to meet such a talent. Dead. That makes sense, the Barbarian King nodded. He took a moment to break the seal from his body as he did not like the sense of weakness he was currently feeling. My intuition tells me you came here for a purpose, so let's talk somewhere private. He punched the air to create a space passage and Wang Wei followed him. They soon arrived in a lavish palace, and as soon as they landed, a beautiful woman rushed into the Barbarian King's arm. Monk, are you all right? Wang Wei looked at this woman. She wore an elegant dress that reminded him of Mongol royalty from Earth, especially with the over-the-top headdress. She was taller than him but still looked tiny before the Barbarian King. The barbarian race's culture and identity resembled Mongolia from Earth. Why is that? Could there be other races inspired by Eastern Asia? What is the connection with Earth? Why is Grand Dao allowing their existence, but not other races from the prehistoric world? Wang Wei had these thoughts for a while after meeting the barbarian twins during Gu Xian's trial. However, they resurfaced after today's meeting, and he hoped he could find some answers. I'm fine, Monk reassured his wife. He then introduced her to Wang Wei. This is my main wife Dulgun. Main wife? Wang Wei thought, but he did not state that out loud. He saluted. It's a pleasure to meet you, madam. You have defeated my husband in combat, meaning you're our honored guest. So the pleasure is all mine, she saluted back. Give us some privacy while I talk to him, Monk said, and his wife nodded. The Barbarian King led him to a beautiful garden with a waterfall that spewed rainbow-colored water. Wang Wei's eyes lit up since this garden was even more marvelous than the one he built in his court. Your wife's work? He asked. It looked so, doesn't it? Monk laughed. But no. I built this place to reduce my bloodlust and calm my mind. That's a wise move, Wang Wei praised. It's one thing to love battle but another to be obsessed with it. The two sat down, and MÖngke served his best wine reserved for opponents that he respects. What did you want to talk about? Before that, I don't even know how to address you. The name's Wei, meaning Great King. MÖngke, representing eternity in our language, the Barbarian King replied. Wei nodded. I'll be direct. Are you not completely cut off from the outside world? I know what's going on. Then you should have heard of the Son of Era or the Destined One? You don't mean. That's right. That explains your monstrous talent, MÖngke muttered. So you came here to hide? No, the opposite. I came to conquer this place, Wei admitted directly, making the Barbarian King squint. He paused briefly before saying, I have no issue serving under you, MÖngke replied. However, I have two conditions, one being non-negotiable. I'm listening. The non-negotiable condition is that my servitude is temporary until we end this era, and you cannot enslave my soul. Wei squinted his eyes. He mulled it over but did not immediately reject such a condition. Can I ask why? I am the hope and future of the barbarian race, MÖngke replied succinctly. You're their primal paragon seed? That's right. Wei grunted softly. The barbarian race was not part of any of the 13 overlords, but they were a top lineage with one primal paragon. However, if they had a second one, they would meet the minimum requirements for a seat as one of the overlords. I can accept your condition, and we can even sign a binding contract, Wei agreed after pondering about it for a while. He considered many things before making this decision, but the crux of the reason he accepted is the barbarian race. Firstly, they acted similarly to the Dao opening sect when it came to treating their people, especially their genius. As such, Wei knew there was a high chance these people would go to war with the sect for MÖngke, even knowing they had a small chance at winning. In general, the barbarian race is a low-key and pretty isolated faction, probably due to their different culture and customs. As such, they are neutral in most situations or events, but their only enemy is the pre-March Origin Temple, one of the 13 overlords, composed of the innate demon gods. Their feud started because one of their geniuses was assassinated, and since then, they've been at odds with the innate demon gods. They even formed a loose alliance with the tribal Sacred Mountain, another overlord ruled by the demon race, an enemy of the pre-March Origin Temple. Wei did not want to make an enemy of the barbarian race, even though it may be worth it for MÖngke. In the new era coming, primal paragons will no longer be the deciding factors of the top factions, but half-step transcendent will. He hasn't known MÖngke long enough to determine whether he's talented enough to walk the path of transcendence, and forcing him to serve him might ruin his talent. So he accepted his proposal. Having the barbarian race as an ally should be very beneficial to the sect, Wei thought. What's your second condition? I want the opportunity to personally tear off the Earth Emperor's head, MÖngke said with bloodlust in his eyes. He's the reason you're here? That's right, MÖngke nodded, his eyes containing deep hatred. The bastard envies my talent, so he first tried to force me to become his son-in-law. When our tribe refused, he found an excuse to persecute us. To save me, the clan had to label me as a traitor and exile me. But even then, the bastard would not let it go. I had to come here to hide. Given the fact he might have secretly eliminated some of his talented children, I'm not surprised by this, Wei commented. Well, I have no issue with this condition. Anyway, whether you kill him or I do is fine by me, as long as he's dead. In that case, I'll offer you my strength and talent. MÖngke raised his large wine bowls, and Wei followed him. They toast to their new alliance before chugging the bowl down. The next step was to sign the contract, but MÖngke said his wife would negotiate the nitty-gritty details, and Wei was fine with that. Can I ask about this pagoda? You can use it, but you can't have it. Wei's lips twitched. I didn't want it, I simply wanted to know its details. I see. Well, this is what I received from my blessing ceremony. You received a supreme chaos treasure from your ceremony? That's right. No wonder your race has so much faith in you, Wei sighed. The barbarian race was not a monolith, meaning they were divided into tribes and different bloodline lines. One thing they had in common was their spiritual practice, which involved worshipping spirits. As such, each barbarian tribe had a different spirit temple, the most famous ones being the War God Temple, the Wolf Spirit Temple, and the Life Tree Temple. Every barbarian child between the ages of 0 and 10 must experience a blessing ceremony in one of the temples, which usually increases their luck and talents, or allows them to receive gifts from the temple. Monk smiled proudly. Stories of his ceremony are still talked about to this day in the clan. Many people even argued that he was responsible for the War God Temple's current domination over the other two. Enough with the chit-chat, Wang Wei said. Tell me your opinion on my attempt to conquer this place. Your biggest obstacle should be the Hidden Master and the Ruthless King, Monk responded. Why is that? The Ruthless King will not surrender to anyone, no matter what. His pride is too high, so he won't ever serve under someone else. On top of that, he technically has the biggest force in this place since the martial outlaw gang is one of his hidden powers. Wang Wei nodded. What about the Hidden Master? He will only intervene when the Lawless zone faces an external threat, and he might interpret your actions as such. So, what makes him so dangerous? He's a paragon that survived the cleansing, Monk said. Are you serious? I don't need to lie about such a thing. How did he survive? Is he that powerful? Wang Wei asked. I think it has more to do with his hiding abilities, Monk explained. From what I know, he always hid once the parasites came to this place together to clean up the hidden paragons and only fought them individually. Wang Wei frowned. What about the sons? There are no records of them entering this place. That's odd. Indeed, Monk nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1231. The deployment plan. Could this place be, as the rumors said, under the influence of heavenly Tao, which may thus affect even half-step transcendent? Wang Wei did not like this line of thought since that would indicate that heavenly Tao was a much more powerful transcendent than Supreme Unity and Maitreya. However, if that were the case, how could it allow Supreme Unity to take its power? Unless achieving half-step transcendence was a standard method allowed by Grand Tao, thus granting sentient beings a chance at controlling heavenly Tao, Wang Wei analyzed. He grunted softly, still not liking this explanation. Another possibility is that heavenly Tao used Grand Tao's power to create the Lawless zone, which is why its effect may still apply to these beings. However, why would it have to do so? Balancing the distribution of resources in the world is not a good enough reason to involve Grand Tao. So is there a deeper secret about this place? Or is my theory completely wrong? Wang Wei wanted answers, but he also realized that thinking alone would not help. Once he's done conquering this place, he might have to take some time and investigate its secret. I have one more thing to ask you about, Wang Wei asked. I'm listening, Monk nodded. Do you know whether the barbarian race has an unknown origin? Monk stopped drinking and looked at him. What is it? Did I mention a sensitive topic? Kind of. Monk replied before finishing his wine bowl. We suffer much discrimination because of our culture and language, especially in the early days of our history. Yet Buddhism is perfectly fine despite also being an anomaly. Wang Wei understood what he meant. Buddhism's name and culture still retain aspects of their origin in India, meaning they are also an anomaly in the universe. However, they are widely accepted and even worshipped across the chaos universe. Your race should have been curious about your origin. Didn't you try to explore it? Wang Wei asked. We did, Monk replied. The result was that we were born in the eternal ascension world, just like everyone else, and our culture diverged from others at a certain point in our early history. Meaning there was no anomaly from your development? You just naturally evolved such a culture? Correct, Monk nodded. Another possibility is a higher power influenced you without even noticing it. Wang Wei nodded, and Monk gave him a praising look. We deduced the same thing after realizing that most of our brethren from other source chaos worlds evolved in the same way. They developed the same culture with minor changes in languages and so on. Wang Wei pondered about the situation. He was intrigued by Buddhism and the barbarian race's origin, believing them to have some connection with the prehistoric world in one form or another. He also thinks Grand Tao is involved in this, and probably the cause of the uniqueness of these two groups. Well, thank you for answering my questions. Wang Wei knew he wouldn't get an answer about these things until he was a half-step transcendent. By then, it might not even be difficult, as asking Hongjun directly might get him answers. It's fine, but can I ask you a question? MÖngke nodded. By all means. Why is your battle IQ so high? MÖngke asked. The way you fight is not the result of talent alone. It's more like you've experienced trillions of battles, but from what I can detect, you're a very young Empyrean, maybe too young. So, how is that possible? Quite observant. Wang Wei praised as he raised his hand to condense a talisman. Consider a meeting gift. Dream combat. MÖngke uttered after detecting the information inside. He closed his eyes before opening them 5 minutes later. The big man did not hide his excitement. Thank you, he said sincerely. He could not fight and learn at all times. Even when awake or doing menial tasks, there was no greater gift for someone like him. No problem. I did not expect someone else to love battle as much as I do, MÖngke added. Such a brilliant technique. Why didn't I think of it before? I wasn't the sole creator, but we indeed enjoy the art of combat, but I doubt as devoted as you. Oh, there is someone else? Can I meet him? He's still in the lower dimension and probably won't ascend for a while. That's a shame. However, when he does, please notify me, and I will hold a grand banquet to welcome him. No problem. The two chatted briefly before ending this meeting. The outside world was shocked by the Barbarian King's defeat, but the big man lay on his huge bed beside his wife. So, what do you think? Only someone chosen by fate with such tremendous destiny could defeat you, Dulgun nodded. Then she asked. You said his name was Wang Wei? Yes, why? Do you think he's from that Wang clan? It's possible, but Wang is such a common surname. What do you think is most likely? That he's an extremely talented individual with great destiny with that surname, or chosen for that destiny because he's from that Wang clan? You have a point, MÖngke nodded. If that's the case, our alliance doesn't have to end once we defeat these parasites. We can extend it to involve our respective factions. Are you sure about this? Dulgun asked. You should understand how our elders value their neutrality. Many people believe that once these parasites are removed, the world will return to the era of the 13 overlords. However, these people have not figured out that the two suns have broken the previous situation. The upcoming era is not a return of the old time, but a new competition to re-establish the game board. Whoever can reach the same realm as them will become the new chess player, MÖngke said. But can anyone achieve such a cultivation realm? Dulgun asked, not hiding her certainty. These two seem to be outliers. So many paragons and top powerhouse from this world participated in that event, but only those two survived. Being the first to do something is usually the hardest part, MÖngke commented. Now that everyone knows it is possible, and can even observe the person who succeeded, it will become easier to recreate. More importantly, I don't believe all those participants who died in that event did learn, or bring something with them from the experience. MÖngke had to think of his future. Once he perfected his body-will fusion, he can open the gate of flesh to become an inextinguishable paragon. With his talent and the support of the clan, he had complete confidence in attaining the title of a primal paragon. So his vision must be wider and look beyond the paragon realm. You have a point, Dulgun nodded. The two discussed their future in the night, and the next morning, they started the negotiation. To their surprise, Wang Wei was not strict or difficult about the binding contract they needed to sign, making Dulgun, the master negotiator, suddenly feel at a loss given how easy and smooth the entire thing was. Wang Wei could discern MÖngke's personality, and he was the loyal and honorable kind who would keep his word even if it meant his death. As such, he showed his charisma through this discussion by being lenient. This was an excellent way to show his trust and create a better relationship with such a talent as MÖngke. Since everything has been negotiated, let's discuss our next step, Wang Wei declared. The three of them pooled their knowledge together about this place before laying out a plan to sweep the place. The simplification of the plan was that Wang Wei would deal with the pavilions while MÖngke dealt with the demons. Then, they worked together to take down the gangs before facing the Ruthless King and the Hidden Master. Once everyone had their roles, they deployed. Wang Wei went to the Dark Cloud Pavilion, MÖngke visited the Poison Demon, and his main wife Dulgun, who was an everlasting Empyrean with a cultivation of 73%, went to see the Puppet Demon. Wang Wei secretly returned to the Dark Cloud Pavilion city, and a few people were already waiting for him. He calmly looked at these assassins that he took control of. "What is the situation?" "We've taken control over the law enforcement hall," replied the petite assassin. "However, the most powerful members of the pavilion are the Dark Mist assassins, and they only serve the pavilion master. We could not even come close to them, let alone try to control them." "You did more than enough," Wang Wei nodded. "Anything else to report?" "The pavilion master may have been suspicious of our movements." He has always been suspicious by nature," the petite woman explained. "Suspicions came with this job, so that was not surprising. However, lately he has been ramping it up a little." "It's fine if he's suspicious since we can use that against him." The only problem Wang Wei feared was the pavilion master to hide and now show his face, forcing him to waste time and search for him. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1232 Experimental Material. The Dark Cloud Pavilion Master stood on the hidden 13 floors of his pavilion, overlooking the city. Although a mist still surrounded him, any discerning individual could detect his slightly restless mood. He suddenly sensed something somewhere in the city. Although it was brief and swiftly disappeared, he sensed one of his people somewhere they should not be. Was I right? Did something happen to my people? He resisted his first instinct to immediately check out and instead sent a communication talisman to assemble the Dark Mist's assassins. Not even 10 seconds passed before countless mist shadows materialized behind him. "Master," they said in perfect synchronized voices. "Some rats have infiltrated our order. Let's remove them," the pavilion master ordered, and the group answered, "As you wish." Everyone disappeared from their locations. The pavilion master led them to a house hidden underground in the worst area of this city, where only mortals lived. Whoever picked this location chose an excellent spot, and the protection around this hidden base was also well done, the pavilion master sneered. He expected as much from someone who may have successfully corrupted his men against him. However, it did not matter how capable the person was or who was behind them. He would eradicate this threat as soon as possible. "I hope it's one of the other pavilions so I can use this excuse to extort resources from them," the Dark Cloud Pavilion Master thought as he ordered his people to break in. As expected, the people inside resisted, using the formation in this base to fight them off. However, it was useless as the Dark Mist assassins slaughtered everyone in sight. Most of these people were weak, which was normal since it was easier to detect people with higher cultivation when entering the city. "Something is wrong," thought the pavilion master. Things proceeded too easily and too smoothly. He ordered his people to be careful and on their guard since something major might be coming once they arrived at the core of this base. However, the pavilion master was not prepared for what he saw inside. A handsome man with gray hair and eyes waited for him, with all the members of his law enforcement hall standing behind him. The Dark Cloud Pavilion Master immediately realized this was a trap and wanted to leave, but it was too late. His divine sense warned him that the room was now in an isolated dimension with potent arrays preventing their exit. He then calmed down, faced his opponent and asked, "Who are you?" Wang Wei did not answer him but looked intently at the Dark Cloud Pavilion Master and the Dark Mist assassins. "You have the rare Dark Mist Chi, which boosts assassin-related skills and allows its user to share the Chi with others, forming a bond similar to that of a hive mind. The primary holder of the Chi has absolute control over the secondary holders. They can also perfectly sync with them, read their minds, and share abilities. You were wise to share the dark mist chi with the creation live inside your inner world, allowing you access to a variety of abilities and powers, Wang Wei calmly commented. However, despite how rare and useful your chi is, it's not the main reason I'm interested in you. It's not why I found you extremely valuable. Wang Wei's eyes shone almost as bright as it would have if he saw his wife, and that's because of the Zerg hive mind plan. The dark mist chi is an excellent data gathering method for creating such a creature in the future. The dark cloud pavilion master's body trembled. His intuition warned him of a terrible future if this man caught him. He used his secret connection to order his men to go on the offensive, so the dark mist assassins immediately activated their skills or techniques. Sadly for them, it was pointless. A projection of the river of fate materialized above the room, releasing strings that immediately entered these assassins' foreheads and disarming them in the process. The pavilion master's face turned ugly as he sensed his connection with these people being forcefully severed. He quickly calmed down to think of a solution, and he ended up using the creation lives inside his inner world. Although he could not allow these people to leave his world since he was only a Dao ruler, his unique chi allowed him, to some extent, access to many of their broken abilities. Breaking void. The dark cloud pavilion master disappeared from the room as he chose a talent to help him escape the situation. Unfortunately for him, he reappeared in the same room after another second after navigating through hundreds of spatial layers. Wang Wei suddenly appeared before him and punched him. The dark cloud pavilion was not instantly outclassed despite the situation. He responded by using an ability that turned her body into blue stone, and even successfully blocked Wang Wei's terrifying punch. However, this was the extent of his ability in this fight. As soon as his body touched Wang Wei's fist, his face changed because a powerful seal enveloped his inner world and sealed his power. The pavilion master still resisted, trying one last effort to remove that seal as swiftly as possible and continue this fight, but Wang Wei released a soul attack to knock him out. Wang Wei muttered as he looked at these people. It would be terrible if my Zerg could be dealt with so easily, especially the hive mind communication system. Maybe I should build a small and independent river of fate for the communication system. This should prevent most people from being capable of interfering with it. Wang Wei nodded as he liked this plan. However, he also understood he was getting ahead of himself. He had a long way to go before he could even attempt this plan. Let's move on to the next step, Wang Wei ordered. With the dark cloud pavilion under his control, Wang Wei swiftly took control of over 80% of the pavilion before targeting the remaining 20%. The pavilion had its own people for assassination tasks. However, the pavilion master was a wise man who still found a way to expand his numbers and preserve his strength in the process. He divided the assassination hall into the inner and outer halls. The inner hall belonged to the dark mist assassins, or people close to him, while the outer hall recruited foreigners who served as assassin mercenaries. Anyone can join the assassin hall. They complete missions and receive resources as compensation. The pavilion will even invite talented individuals to join the inner hall. Thus, this hall also serves as a recruiting method. Wang Wei controlled the pavilion master to activate the Supreme Summon, which is a rare event in which the pavilion demanded all the outer members to show up for an important meeting. This was the only mandatory thing in the outer hall, and anyone who refused the call could forfeit their identity. Based on the situation, these people might be blacklisted from the entire Lawless zone. With this massive summon, assassins as low as iron and as high as gold swiftly headed to the Dark Cloud Pavilion. Sadly, they were walking into a lion's den. Wang Wei showed no mercy and controlled these people, forcing them into his servitude. Once everything was under control, he prepared to head to the Green Earth Pavilion when he received a talisman from MÖngke. Did something happen? Wang Wei read the information, and soon afterward, the space between him opened a portal to release something. MÖngke traveled to a small planet. At first glance, this planet seemed beautiful and could be described as a heavenly paradise. The mortals were happy, had plenty to eat, and lived fulfilling lives. However, only a few people knew this was just a facade. MÖngke teleported directly to a towering mountain surrounded by a mist. As soon as he arrived, the mist on top of the mountain receded, showing a woman who embodies the idea of a demoness. She wore a long white robe that trailed behind her, but her hair was abnormally dark. It could be described as Vanta black. She used a dark green powder to shade her lips, and her pointy nails were purple-black. The poisoned demoness looked down the mountain with her violent eyes. "Barbarian King? Why are you here?" she asked before suddenly remembering something. "I heard you were defeated yesterday." She did not hide the schadenfreude from her voice. "Are you here to get some poison from me to defeat your opponent? Do you think I'm that kind of person?" MÖngke rebutted. "True," nodded the demoness. "So what's your purpose here?" "I haven't cultivated a new batch of poisons that are somewhat effective for your body tempering." Her voice contained a hint of annoyance and embarrassment at the last sentence. "I'm here on behalf of the new lord I serve under," MÖngke said calmly, making the demoness squint her eyes. "Surrender or be forced to do so. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1233 Deathroot. "Are you serious?" the poisoned demoness asked. "Do I look like I'm joking? What the hell happened to you?" The poisoned demoness was truly baffled. She had a decent relationship with the Barbarian King, as he sold the latter unique poisons that helped him temper his willpower. However, he suddenly turned on her out of nowhere. "Aren't you tired of hiding in this tiny place?" MÖngke asked. "Forced to leave on the little resources and being alienated from the outside world? Well, if you join us, you'll have an opportunity to live freely in the outside world." "You're really crazy," the poisoned demoness stated. "So is that a no?" MÖngke asked, his voice no longer as calm and reassuring as it used to be. The two looked at each other from across the mountain, and after a few seconds, the demoness walked away, and the mist completely swallowed the mountain. Boom. The mountain trembled as MÖngke attacked the arrays. The mountain's defense force activated, releasing thousands of horrifying poisons, but they were useless to him. "Damn it, I must run away," the poisoned demoness thought as she quickly flew to her palace at the center of the mountain. Although she was an Empyrean, and a scary one due to her high achievements in the Tao of poison, body refiners like MÖngke were her antithesis, rendering her abilities useless. The demoness heard a terrifying sound from a distance, and she knew the bastard easily dealt with her formation, meaning time was running out. She did not care about all the disciples/slaves around the mountain, and activated the power from her palace, which was, in fact, her Empyrean artifact called the Poison Garden. The palace turned into a green light that flew into the sky, trying to leave this planet as swiftly as possible. However, the humongous hand of a giant manifested in the void and slapped the palace down, crashing it down to an ocean on the planet. "MÖngke, do you think I'm scared of you? Do you take me for a soft persimmon?" the demoness shrieked, her voice scattering the clouds and agitating the ocean. She immediately summoned the Dowel artifact she had spent so much money on from the Azure Sky Pavilion. Her gaze penetrated the walls to see the intimidating small giant floating outside her palace. The demoness gritted her teeth before going on the offensive frowny face lust poison. She waved her hand to summon a pink fog that surrounded MÖngke. However, the Barbarian King remained calm and composed. Although the enemy had boosted this poison with a Dowel artifact, their utilization of this power was leagues apart. As such, the powerful illusions/projections of beautiful women that he saw meant nothing to him. Additionally, his absolute control over his body prevented him from even reacting to this poison. So this is a distraction? MÖngke thought, so he focused on the Poison Palace. As expected, the latter had applied another poison that could create illusions to hide herself and escape. His eyes turned red as he used his technique, the War God Eyes, which was excellent for seeing through falsehood. MÖngke then saw everything. Instead of flying out of the planet while he was distracted, the palace hid deep underwater, hoping he would not notice it, forcing him to search for it mindlessly like a chicken who had lost its head. MÖngke secretly shook his head before opening his mouth and inhaling. He instantly swallowed all the water and sea life on the ocean, leaving the planet bare. "You should realize I've been lenient so far, but this is my last warning. Surrender peacefully. Otherwise, it'll start to get rough. Do you think this is over? No, this is just the beginning, the poison demoness declared with gritted teeth. She knew the poison would not be that effective, but the effects were truly subpar compared to her calculations. The demoness was proud of this poison. She made the people of this planet so happy to absorb the 6 emotions and 7 desires from them to cultivate this poison. And yet, it was such a major failure. She exhaled to calm down. Now that things had come to this, she had no choice but to use her last resort. A black, majestic, metallic dragon rushed out of her palace, looking at MÖngke with terrifying eyes. A metallic dragon? MÖngke asked. The creature was so lifelike, and even its aura was similar to the ones he'd read about. But his eyes quickly saw the truth. No, this is a puppet, probably the work of the puppet demon. MÖngke looked at the palace with a strange expression. It's common knowledge that the puppet demon lusts after your beauty. What did you do for him to build such a thing for you? Bastard, do you want me to claw your eyes out? The poison demoness yelled, almost losing all her composers. I only promised to owe him a great debt. If you say so. I'll kill you, she screamed, controlling the dragon to rip the bastard apart. However, MÖngke calmly shook his head. Many people believed the barbarian race's contradiction with the innate demon gods was recent, but only a few people know that we used to hunt dragons during the innate acquired war. In fact, hunting dragons used to be a part of culture. It was a way for any warrior to prove their might. MÖngke grinned. I always thought it was unfortunate that this custom was no longer in place. However, your little dragon might allow me to live some of my childhood fantasies. He clenched his fist before attacking. Dragon slaying fist. Penetrating spear. MÖngke's attack released a piercing attack that left a hole in the dragon puppet. The hole immediately released a green poisonous gas, but such a thing was useless to him. So he continued his attack. Dragon slaying fist. Destruction hammer. He appeared above the dragon's head and used a brutal attack that pulverized the creature's cranium. However, the puppet was still moving despite losing its head. Its metallic claws and dragon tail continued attacking MÖngke, who easily evaded. With his eyes, he soon found the puppet core, and his body flew into the creature to rip it out from the other side. The poison demoness looked at this with hopelessness. She prepared this expensive puppet in case she had to deal with MÖngke or any other body-refining bastards one day. However, she did not expect the bastard to be this powerful. Don't make me break your palace, MÖngke declared. He knew if he broke her proven Dao artifact, it would take some time to fix, thus rendering her unable to perform at full capacity. Such a fact could delay their plans to end this era. So the best way to deal with her surrender was for her to give up now. The poison demoness sat on a throne in one of the rooms in her garden. She looked at MÖngke outside with loathing and hatred. However, when she saw him clenched his fist, she exhaled to calm down before deactivating the garden's defenses. Not long after, the barbarian appeared in her throne room, and the demoness did not stop looking at him with hatred. If only I didn't lose that poison, she said with gritted teeth. I would have you beg for your life before killing you. Oh. What kind of poison would make you so confident? Deathroot poison. That's a tier 12 poison that can even kill a paragon. How on earth would you get your hands on such a thing? MÖngke asked, his expression not hiding his doubt. It was broken, already reduced to tier 10, the demoness explained. To restore that poison, I planted it inside my grandmist world and killed every living being. Then I had to recreate these creatures and repeat the process 3 billion times before the thing fully revived. I spent so much time and effort. Her eyes turned red as the memory of what happened resurfaced, along with the uncontrollable anger. She spent so much time and energy, even almost dying once the Deathroot had to experience tribulation before returning to its original power. Then, not long after I succeeded, one of my disciples took it and ran away. What horrible luck, MÖngke commented. If I still had it, this ending would have been different. Not necessarily, MÖngke replied. In the Lawless zone, even tier 12 resources are affected, meaning the Deathroot poison's power could not exceed that of the Empyrean realm. As such, MÖngke was confident in dealing with it while still here. The information about the Deathroot seems important, so let me tell Wang Wei. MÖngke's finger forced out a drop of blood that condensed into a communication talisman that flew into the distance. Then he looked at the poison demoness. Before meeting the new boss, I have a proposition for you. What is it? Do you want to become my new wife? MÖngke asked. Bastard, what did you say? You heard me, MÖngke replied. You're such a talent that it would be a waste not to try to have you. The barbarian race has cultivated poison masters for various reasons, including medicine, body tempering, and to use against their enemy. There are even a few tribes with a poison spirit temple. One of MÖngke's wives also cultivates poison Dao, but she is nothing compared to this demoness. That's why he would buy poison from her. If you accept my offer, I can talk to the new boss to treat you better while you're under his service, MÖngke said with a grin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1234 Dulgun vs. Puppet Demon. Dulgun arrived before an enormous black cauldron floating in the void. She had over 100 people behind them, all in rank 11 but from different paths. She was still dressed regally, and the serpent-shaped staff in her hands accentuated her noble aura. The barbarian king's wife? Said a cold but tired voice. Why are you here? My name is Dulgun and you know that, she stated calmly. I'm here to ask you to surrender and follow me peacefully. The void was momentarily quiet before the puppet demon stated. It seems the barbarian king did not come. Go away. I don't have time to waste on you. Dulgun remained calm, and she did not utter another word. She raised her staff to release a red light that enveloped the people behind her. War God's blessing. These cultivators' aura suddenly increased significantly. To be precise, their strength rose by threefold. There were a few individuals whose strengths were on par with sevenfold, and they immediately reached the peak of the Empyrean realm. Dulgun's men roared as they sensed the power coursing through their veins. They loved going on missions with the queen because they could fight all out without worrying about their lives. Dulgun waved her staff again, this time releasing a white light. For the second blessing, she removed these men's sense of pain so they could fight without any concerns or restraint. An elderly man dressed in a black robe, heavy bags under his eyes, scattered white hair, and a pair of creepy eyes appeared before the group. What's the meaning of this? The puppet demon asked. Attack, Dulgun said as an explanation, and her men did not hesitate. The fastest of them condensed a bolt of lightning in his palm before throwing it at the puppet demon. A warrior clad in black armor that covered it from head to toe appeared before the demon, and cut off the lightning bolt with its long sword. The puppet demon had received the message loud and clear. With a thought, he summoned an army of millions of puppets that looked exactly like the first warrior. This puppet legion was perfectly aligned like a well-trained military. As soon as they appeared, they activated an array that blessed all their strength to the commander, or the first warrior who protected their master. The commander puppet's long blade released a dark light before slashing toward Dulgun. Her men came before her to erect a shield, but something unexpected occurred. The slash disappeared, and when it reappeared, it had already hit someone called the Fire Ash Empyrean, cutting her body and soul into 100%. However, the Fire Ash Empyrean did not scream in pain, nor did her eyes show any despair at the fact she was instantly killed. On the contrary, her eyes contained this obvious smirk, and it did not take long for the puppet demon to know why. Life Goddess Blessing. Dulgun expertly used her blessing Dao by releasing a green light from her staff that returned the Fire Ash Empyrean to her peak state. Anyone who looked at her would not know she was someone who had died less than a second ago. Her soldiers roared in excitement before rushing toward the opponent. Although they were heavily outnumbered, these men did not care and fought as if they were protecting their families. The word defense did not exist in their vocabulary, as they used one powerful attack after another. And every time they were severely injured, a green light would descend from the sky to return them to their peak state. There were rumors that the barbarian king's wife was behind his operation. However, who would have thought she was so capable? The puppet demon thought. However, little did he know how stupid his thoughts were. Dulgun was an everlasting Empyrean, and only talented individuals can achieve such a thing. As such, he should have immediately taken her seriously after laying eyes on her. It's probably best for me to end this fight as soon as possible in case the Barbarian King is not far from here, he thought. If there was one person all the leaders of the Lawless Zone hated to fight the most, it would definitely be the Barbarian King. The brute was extremely powerful, but on top of that, he was essentially unkillable. No attack worked on him, and underhanded methods like poison or assassination were also useless. As the puppet demon was deciding on his next move, Dulgun had already chosen her next move. Affliction, non-flesh life curse. Her Tao did not only allow her to give people blessings, but also afflictions or curses. For this fight, she used an affliction that targeted non-flesh creatures like puppets. Her staff released a brown light that enveloped the void, and as soon as it passed through the puppets, a startling change occurred. Many of the puppets melted, releasing a decaying odor. A few survived, but their aura was drastically weaker, and their bodies seemed to have turned rusty, thus limiting their mobility or other abilities. "Damn it!" cursed the puppet demon, preparing to do something. However, he greatly underestimated his opponent, thus losing the momentum of this battle. The Fire Ash Empyrean and the Thunder Piercing Empyrean used a Thunderflame Tornado attack, killing the commander and most of the surviving puppets. The demon immediately tried to summon more of his creation, but his face contorted as he realized Dulgun had used her Dao to block the surrounding space, cutting access to most of his legions. The demon then calmly watched as a group of attacks rushed toward him. He could tell these attacks were not enough to kill him but severely injured him so he could be captured. "Do you think I'm helpless without my puppets?" he thought with a sneer. Unfortunately, these people did not know that he was the ultimate puppet. The puppet demon calmly raised his left hand, and it turned into a shield that was tall enough to reach above his head. The shield blocked these hundreds of attacks, and then, he went on the offensive. Myriad Dao Core, Space, the puppet demon's heart, which he had replaced with a unique puppet core, activated. A rune representing space flashed on the core, and the demon's right hand turned into a sword. Dimension Slash. The demon created 2 slashes. The first targeted the space blockage that prevented his access to his puppets, and the other directly targeted Dulgun. However, she ignored the attack and focused on ensuring the opponent remained isolated. Meanwhile, 2 of her men appeared before her and released all the blood in their bodies to form a cocoon that protected them. The blood cocoon was effective, allowing Dulgun to focus on her opponent. She used another affliction targeting puppets, but the demon was unaffected for 2 reasons. Firstly, he teleported away and activated the curse rune from his core. Dulgun countered by using a domain technique, changing the surroundings into a dark universe composed of curses. The puppet demon opened his mouth to fire a light beam that purified this entire domain in a matter of seconds. However, Dulgun's previous attack was only to buy time for her real trump card. The war god Descend, an intimidating spirit, appeared before everyone. He was almost as tall as MÖngke and muscular, too. However, he was not as big as MÖngke, and his body was more streamlined. The spirit had pants and boots but not a shirt. It looked at one of Dulgun's men and showed contempt. However, in the end, the spirit entered its chosen vessel. The war god vessel was a Dao ruler with a special inner world designed to receive the power of the war god spirit. As soon as the vessel fused with the spirit, his eyes turned golden, and his aura became fierce. The vessel raised his hand to condense an axe. Then, it moved so fast that the puppet demon could barely perceive him. The vessel slammed its axe on its opponent with unparalleled force and terror. The demon reacted swiftly, turning his core to the gold rune and the defense rune. The puppet demon's arms turned golden as he crossed them, with a thin but potent shield surrounding them. However, this was useless. The axe shattered his left arm as it contained a brilliant skill that targeted a person's weakness. The puppet demon barely saved his right arm by using the half-hearted indestructible rune he's been working on. However, the arm was still cracked and on the verge of being useless. "This vessel truly cannot contain my power," said the war god spirit in a voice that contained echo. He raised his axe for a second attack. The puppet demon activated his space rune to exchange places with one of his puppet debris that survived the previous battle. However, to his horror, he discovered his opponent was still before him, and the axe was rapidly lowering toward his head. Despair enveloped his mind as it was too late for him to move. Clink. The sounds of metal clashing echoed in the void. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1235. The Five Demons. The war god spirit looked at the person who suddenly appeared and blocked his attack. Red skin was the first thing he noticed about the newcomer, followed by how odd the person's life energy was. It was as vibrant as some of the best body refiners, but this evil and twisted sensation was on top. Brother, said the puppet demon, I'm glad you're here. I couldn't possibly let you die in vain, could I? The flesh demon, Dulgun said. There were rumors you two were related. It seems that it's true. You've crossed the line, said the flesh demon, his black clothes perfectly fitting his well-toned muscles. He was a handsome middle-aged man despite his odd red skin, but there was this evil aura around him that instantly made people weary of him. Cross the line? Said the man who enjoys taking others' body parts to strengthen his flesh, Dulgun sneered. Didn't you once boldly proclaim you would turn my husband into one of your flesh collections? Well, this is your opportunity. The flesh demon quietly stared at her. The master never truly trusted you or the Ruthless king, believing that your background meant that you were not one of us. Your actions have proven him correct. No need to use him to scare us. Since we made this move, it means we're ready to confront him. The flesh demon frowned, wondering where the Barbarian king's confidence originated from. Even if he gained some success in his cultivation, it was not wise to attack the other factions and antagonize the entire Lawless zone. Remember, you're the one who chose this path, the flesh demon declared before looking at his sworn brother. Can you still fight? I can, but with only one arm, my strength will drastically reduce. The flesh demon pondered briefly, and in the next moment, he pushed out his humerus bone and handed it over. Will that work? Of course. The puppet demon put the bone in his left socket, and instantly, it turned into a new puppet arm. He moved it around, nodding in satisfaction. It'll support you from the back, so you can go on the offensive. The flesh demon ripped out his spine before turning it into a bow. Then he expelled a muscle from his thigh to use as the bowstring. He pulled the thing, and the resentments in his body from years of experimenting on people's flesh condensed into an arrow. He pointed the arrow toward the war god spirit and fired without hesitation. The spirit casually turned his head to avoid the arrow, but the thing turned around without losing its momentum and speed and rushed toward him. No, the arrow became even faster. The spirit waved his axe to destroy it but frowned in the process. The war god spirit immediately noticed a black spot on his hand. A curse? Moreover, it's a potent one based on resentment. A golden light descended from the sky, curing him of this curse. However, this was just the beginning. The flesh demon started to fire thousands of arrows, all moving at unreasonable speed, and containing a terrifying curse that resents all life. The war god spirit could only evade while complaining about how weak his vessel was. Meanwhile, the other people Dulgun bought had to confront these arrows. With her help, they barely survived these powerful arrows. However, they were not useless, leaving the puppet demon ample time and opportunity to move on this battlefield as he saw fit. He activated his core and teleported a few meters away from her. The puppet demon looked at her with derision and hatred. You'll make an excellent piece in my collection, while your husband's body is the best material to upgrade my brother's body. It seems I must do this the hard way, Dulgun stated, and her staff released myriad color lights that entered her body. The puppet demon's face changed, and he rushed over for the kill, but she casually swung her staff to counter his sword. The puppet demon planned to go for a flurry of attacks. He even activated his speed rune to ensure he overwhelmed his opponent. However, he had to pause as he realized his sword had decayed after coming into contact with that staff. Dulgun took this opportunity to go on the offensive. She rushed toward him to punch him into oblivion. However, the demon was fast, so he moved backward. Dulgun moved her staff counterclockwise to release a potent pulling force that drew the demon to her, before punching him through his chest and holding his heart. That idiot really left his core in the same place as his heart. She thought before putting a seal on the core, shutting down this puppet body. The puppet demon was decisive and immediately abandoned this body after realizing her intention. His soul flew out, trying to get away. Although this body was his greatest work, it did not matter. He could build another one as long as he was alive and free. Dulgun predicted his movement and acted. Her staff released a blue light that forced the puppet demon's soul back to the puppet. Simultaneously, she detected 5 terrifying arrows rushing toward her back. She gritted her teeth and held on. Boom. The moment she forced the soul back into the puppet, the arrows hit. Her defense broke apart, and she was hit. Black blood oozed from Dulgun's mouth, but she sighed in relief. She was in the infant fiend god realm, and she blessed her flesh, which allowed her to survive that attack. She gazed fiercely at that damn demon. What a stupid idiot, thought the flesh demon. It seems like I must run away. In that case, I need a distraction and cannon fodder. Blood suddenly spread from the pores in his skin, and each drop turned into these enormous red spiders. These flesh puppets should do the work, he thought. However, as soon as he had this thought, his sense of danger suddenly went haywire. The flesh demon trusted his instinct since he acquired it after grafting a genius brain into his body, which was born with a sixth sense ability. He looked in the distance, and his face paled. He immediately ordered his puppets to attack, while also using his bow to the limit. Sadly, the other people risked their lives to stop him. During this time, Dulgun had raised her staff to the sky and muttered, "The spirit of light, justice, and all that is pure. I wish to cleanse this world of an ultimate filth, so please give me your blessing." A golden light descended from the sky to envelop Dulgun. She then waved her staff, spreading the light to every corner of the battlefield. The flesh demon tried to run away, but it was useless. The light was fast, and it forcefully purified the resentment in his body. "No," he roared. His flesh grafting art requires resentment to keep his body intact. It's one of the keys to why he has a body on par with indestructible emperors without having to experience the pain and struggle of body refining. The flesh demon's body turned into a red goo similar to slime, before turning into a vaguely humanoid shape. The process repeated a few times as he tried to prevent his collapse. Dulgun watched all of this with a frown, and after pondering briefly, she provided him with some resentment to prevent him from completely collapsing. She sealed him before putting him away. The flesh demon was supposed to be husband's target, but his presence saves us a lot of time, Dulgun thought. She sent a message to her husband before taking a moment to heal herself and her companions before heading to her next target, the ghost demoness. This person's way of fighting is similar to the puppet demon, as she relies on her vast army of ghosts. As such, she was the perfect counter to this kind of enemy. Poison demoness garden. Repeat what you just said? The demoness demanded, still baffled by what she heard. You heard me, said MÖngke. I knew all of you men were the same. Think about all the poison you can make from my blood, MÖngke persuaded. The answer is still no. The poison demoness replied with a sneer. That's a shame, MÖngke sighed. It seems he will have to find another poison wife. Anyway, you should see the new boss. He pointed his finger before him to open a portal, and with a wave of his hand, he sent the demoness and her garden into it. All right, cursed demon, here I come, MÖngke uttered before disappearing. The battle with the cursed demon will be like the poison demon. However, he looked forward to fighting the flesh demon since he heard he was an accomplished body refiner. Dark Cloud Pavilion. Wang Wei calmly looked at the woman before him while processing the information MÖngke sent him. A paragon tier poison that has disappeared? That indeed might be valuable news. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1236 Green Earth Pavilion. Wang Wei pointed his finger to the woman's forehead, instantly souring her expression. As the seal entered her sea of consciousness and targeted her soul, a terrifying soul poison rushed from the poison demoness mind, targeting him. Although it appeared she had given, that was far from the truth. Someone of her cultivation level and status would never give up hope of freedom until she exhausted every possible measure. As such, when MÖngke did not kill or immediately control her, the demoness planned her escape. Sadly for her, she jumped from one monster's mouth to another. Ultimately, she sighed, resigning herself to her fate. What can you tell me about the deathroot poison? Wang Wei asked. What is there to say? I spent so much time and effort cultivating the thing, but someone stole it. Who stole it? It was an apprentice. No, not even an apprentice, but a medicine slave I bought. The poison demoness replied nonchalantly. Wang Wei frowned. His intuition told him this news was important, but he could not pinpoint how. His eyes turned gray as he divined some information, but a vaguely familiar fog blocked his true sight. He tried other divinations and discovered a clue. Where did you get the poison? Wang Wei asked. A fortunate encounter. In this place or outside? Of course this place. I haven't had anything to do with the outside world for a while. Wang Wei frowned, wondering whether the Lawless zone could give birth to a fortunate encounter of such a level. Although rare, it should be possible if someone who came to hide in this place brought the poison and died, thus leaving it as a fortunate encounter. You said you bought the medicine slave? From who? He asked. The Green Earth Pavilion, the demoness replied. Them? They sell people? One of the biggest sources of wealth from the Green Earth and Azure Sky Pavilion is selling slaves, the poison demoness calmly explained. They even used the 4 gangs to help. Especially the Crazy Thief gang. That would explain the source of all the ordinary women and men in MÖngke's battle Colosseum, Wang Wei thought. Did you make a fuss to the Green Earth Pavilion after the medicine slave escaped with your property? I did, the demoness replied. But they only offered twice the price I bought her for, which was nothing compared to the poison's value. It seems you might be immediately useful, Wang Wei muttered. He instructed her of something before turning into one of the demoness strings of her. Green Earth Pavilion. The poison demoness calmly waited in the room where the pavilion received VIPs of VIPs. She had made trouble, asking to meet their pavilion master. And after she refused to be handled by their main manager, these people had no choice but to contact their leader. A few minutes later, the Earth Pavilion master entered the room, followed by 2 guards. He was a fat middle-aged man, wearing a luxurious white gold robe with jades and gold jewelry pieces as accessories. He was a great emperor with a cultivation of 59%, and his aura reeked of debauchery/hedonism. It was apparent to anyone that this man had his cultivation achievements because of his wealth, and if not for his immortality, his body would be weak due to indulgence in food, alcohol, drugs, and sex. However, some credit should be granted to him since he could still use his power, meaning his Tao heart was intact, and his state of mind, no matter how twisted, had some sense of purpose and direction. A look of disdain flashed in the poison demoness eyes. However, she still gave the Earth Pavilion some respect, mainly because of the twin bodyguards accompanying him. Meanwhile, the Earth Pavilion controlled himself and did not gaze at her with any lustful thoughts or intent. On the contrary, he showed her the most respect despite detecting the disdain in her eyes. Poison Master, what happened to you to make such a fuss? The Earth Pavilion Master asked with a businesslike smile. The demoness was about to open her mouth and make a fuss about her poison, even demanding them to search for her medicine slave on the outside. However, Wang Wei did not give her, or anyone else, the time to react. A group of strings suddenly appeared out of nowhere to capture the pavilion master. The twins reacted and tried to protect him, but everything was sudden and fast. They did not react in time. As precautions to personally meeting the poison demoness, the pavilion master prepared numerous pills and talismans, mostly ways to deal with her poison. However, he also prepared if he needed to run away, so his talisman tried to take him away from the situation. Sadly for him, these strings contained the power of fate, thus blocking all possibilities of escape that he could think of. Wang Wei then appeared in the room with the Pavilion Master as his captive. "How did you bypass our defenses?" the fat businessman asked. "It's not as hard as you imagine," Wang Wei replied casually. "Put down the Pavilion Master," said one of the Fire Ice twin Empyreans. "And you may still walk out of this room alive," finished the other. Wang Wei focused on them. False everlasting Empyreans? And two of them? These two used to be eternal emperors, but failed to become everlasting. However, they had a Tao will and secret vaults. "Kill this bastard," said the Earth Pavilion Master. The twins hesitated. They could cultivate peacefully because the Pavilion Master was an excellent business. If they lost him, the Green Earth Pavilion would not last long despite being the most powerful martial force. "Don't hesitate," the fat man continued. "If you kill him swiftly enough, it won't matter whether he kills me since you can revive me." The Pavilion Master was an emperor, so he had prepared plenty of resources for his fast revival. "You're really the embodiment of not judging a book by its cover," Wang Wei commented, silently praising this man for his boldness and quick thinking. Maybe having such a capable merchant under his command was not bad. The twins glanced at each other before taking action. Their cultivation was 84% Grand Dao source, but they used their boosting techniques. The first one was from their Empyrean artifact, which was a pair of red and blue throwing discs. The artifact gave them another 2% boost. They followed that with a soul resonating technique, and since they were twins that did everything together since birth, including proving the Tao simultaneously, they had another 2% boost. Finally, they used their best skill, Tao will fusion, which boosted them to the limit of the Empyrean realm. 89. 99%. One twin released a terrifying heat, and the other turned the other half of the room into an ice tundra. They did not throw their artifact but held it in their hands before rushing for a close combat attack. That Tao will fusion technique is actually brilliant. Even better than the one monk used when he added his muscle will, Wang Wei calmly commented. He pointed at the twins to release a yin-yang symbol that rotated counterclockwise. Before the twins could react, their Tao will separated, and their soul resonance also dissipated. Even their artifacts, which were usually perfectly in sync, seemed out of balance. Then, before they could think of another solution to this situation, the yin-yang symbol turned into a seal that captured them. "It's over," the Earth Pavilion Master thought. After so many years, after countless battles and catastrophes, his life has ended today. He felt sad, but a part of him always knew this day would come. Factions in this place do not usually last long and have a cyclical nature, and sadly, it seems it was time for a new era. After taking control of the upper echelon of the Green Earth Pavilion, it was relatively easy for Wang Wei to secretly take over the rest. He did not spend long in this place before heading to the Azure Sky Pavilion. Time was of the essence since he needed to control all these factions before the Hidden Master took note of the changes. Although he was confident in himself, he was unsure whether he could be victorious against the latter under these circumstances. Wang Wei took a moment to see if he could find any more information about the medicine slave that stole the death root. However, the pavilion's record only stated that it was a woman, and she was a loose cultivator with no family or background. Hence why she was targeted. Without much to go on and divination failing him, Wang Wei headed for the Azure Sky Pavilion. His plan for them was slightly different. He detected one of the spies they had in the Green Earth Pavilion, and released the news that he was a newcomer to the Lawless zone. And he came to sell a piece of important news that involved the Azure Sky Pavilion. The information was about the secret routes they used to acquire resources from the outside. This news was, in fact, true, as Wang Wei had acquired it from the merchant that his Fate Shadow Guard accidentally saved. After setting the bait, Wang Wei waited. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1237 Lawless Iron. Damn these stupid people. I'm trying to sell them such valuable information, but they act as if I'm mad. Wang Wei cursed as he walked out of the Green Earth Pavilion. He looked around, sighing to himself. He searched around the city to buy a place to stay, but felt everything was too pricey. At first, he thought of just living inside his grandmist will but thought this was too embarrassing. So he gritted his teeth and found an inn. Despite being an inn, the room he rented was extremely large due to the use of space arrays. Wang Wei rested while thinking of his next move. As he sat cross-legged on his cushion, deep in meditation, a purple mist enveloped his room. "Who dares?" he yelled. However, his actions only made it easier for the mist to enter his body. As such, his desperate attempts to deal with this potent poison proved useless, and he fell to the ground as everything turned black. "Where am I?" Wang Wei asked. He looked around, and he was in this damp room with his hands tied like he was on a cross and about to be executed. He noticed a potent sealing technique severely suppressed his cultivation, and the cuffs were also a sealing artifact that added another layer of seal. "You're awake," said a rough but serious voice. Wang Wei's eyes moved away from the torture devices in the room to a serious-looking man dressed in black, and a scar over his left eye. Wang Wei knew this man for a variety of reasons. Firstly, he was part of the information he bought. Secondly, he had never passed out, so he saw every part of being transported to this dungeon. Wang Wei frowned. The spirit particle he previously separated did not detect the Sky Pavilion Master anywhere near this place. Since he's not here, I must draw him out. Bang! To the warden's horror, Wang Wei ripped the cuffs in his hand as if his sealing was useless, and before he could react, Wang Wei was holding him by the neck. "Have a nice little nap," Wang Wei uttered before dropping this expert torturer to the ground. Then he started turning this place upside down, beating anyone who was in his way and freeing all the other prisoners. As expected, it did not take long for the person he was waiting for to appear. A man dressed in a luxurious, long dark green robe with pointy shoulder pads, and one eye closed walked into this prison. He had a calm demeanor, almost snake-like. He looked at the destruction around him and his men on the floor. "How useless are you people?" the Sky Pavilion Master uttered before glancing at Wang Wei. "Something is fishy about you." The information he received was that a loose cultivator was selling information about their secret route, but why would such a powerful loose cultivator lack resources? "I can say the same about you," Wang Wei rebutted, and he was telling the truth. He was on guard against the Azure Sky Pavilion for one reason. They were the oldest faction of the Lawless zone. They survived the parasites' attempt to clean up this place, and remained a top faction after the political power was redistributed. Such longevity meant they had a deeper foundation. A profound foundation meant unknown and unexpected trump cards. The information said he was an insurgent Dao ruler who fused his inner world with an Empyrean artifact that was perfectly suited for his Dao. However, they were wrong, Wang Wei thought. He fused with a broken Paragon artifact. Such a potent detection technique, the Sky Pavilion Master uttered after detecting that Wang Wei saw through his inner world. "Now I'm more curious about your true identity." The Azure Sky Pavilion was a family business that had existed in the Lawless Zone for countless years, and all family members had excellent business skills. The Pavilion Master's business senses told him capturing this person would be an excellent opportunity. He activated his Earth Dao to surround his arms with rocks before also activating his Dao artifact. Strength of Earth, he rushed to his opponent to devastate them. After being empowered by the concept of the Earth itself, the Pavilion Master could fight directly with some of the best body refiners. Sadly for him, Wang Wei had labeled him as a threat and went all out. Wang Wei blocked the attack with his arm and secretly frowned. As expected, this man was not simple. This punch looked like a straightforward attack, but the bastard was secretly using his Paragon artifact to influence his mind/soul. Although the artifact was restricted in power level by the environment, its essence was still of a higher quality. The Pavilion Master used the higher essence to influence his opponent's mind and soul. In other words, people without a Paragon soul or strong will are easily influenced by him. Unfortunately, he met the wrong opponent. As soon as the two were closed, Wang Wei used his Fate Shackle innate talent to basically rewrite this man's past and made it as if the Paragon artifact did not perfectly suit him/his Dao. And since the Sky Pavilion Master's insurgency originated from that artifact, his strength drastically decreased. Wang Wei then immediately went for his throat in an attempt to catch him as swiftly as possible. However, his attempt failed. When his arm was less than 10 centimeters from his opponent, his own strength suddenly decreased. His cultivation realm was suppressed to the Emperor realm, and even his body refining realm dropped down to the Dragon Phoenix realm. The Pavilion Master used this opportunity to escape. What in the nine hells? Wang Wei commented. His power had returned, but he was slightly baffled. I can't believe you forced me to use it in less than 10 seconds of fighting, the Pavilion Master sighed. His aura returned to its normal state as this ruthless man sacrificed all the lives inside his inner world to remove the shackle on his fate and regain his connection to the artifact. This kind of sacrifice was permanent, meaning he could not recreate these lives again, showing his ruthlessness and decisiveness. He then opened his closed eyes, revealing an all-black pupil. The environment suddenly changed. Wang Wei's strength once again returned to the Emperor realm, and even the Sky Pavilion Master's aura had a drop in strength to the early stage of the Empyrean realm. Lawless iron, Wang Wei commented. Any unique environment will evolve unique material. That's one of the fundamental laws of heaven and earth. This law also applied to the Lawless zone, and the unique material this place created was the Lawless iron, which was an ore with the same effect as the cultivation suppression of this place. I thought the parasites destroyed all the Lawless iron mines in this place, Wang Wei asked. Lawless iron mines are rare and would appear in small quantities. However, when the parasites cleaned up this place, one of their main targets was the mines. No, that's not important, Wang Wei continued. The truly impressive thing is the fact that you found a weapon master that can refine lawless iron into such a small, powerful, and detailed artifact. Lawless iron is valuable even in the outside world because of its main use in creating prisons to hold powerful creatures or entities. However, it's not as valuable as an ore to create weapons or artifacts because of how difficult it is to retain its power of suppression after being processed or when fused with other metals. One of the lawless iron's natural characteristics is that it works better when there are large quantities of it. That's why Wang Wei found it incredible that he had an eye artifact with this effect. You're very knowledgeable and astute, but you talk too much for a prisoner, the Sky Pavilion Master stated as he once again encased his arms into a rock armor before going on the offense. I had no choice but to, Wang Wei replied with a smirk. Then, to the Rockman's horror, they clashed with both of them intact, meaning their strength was on par. You. How is that possible? Wang Wei smirked. He was not conversing mid-fight with an opponent for no reason. In this short time, he got a basic enough understanding of the composition and effect of lawless iron to use his freedom Dao to become free of its effect. He did not return to his peak, but he regained his Empyrean level strength and his limit indestructibility, which was enough for him to deal with the situation. Damn you. The battle waged for a while, but ultimately Wang Wei was the winner. In the same cultivation realm/strength, it's a sure thing to bet on Wang Wei. As the Sky Pavilion lay on the ground, he held the lawless iron eye in his palm. Truly masterful work, he praised. I have plenty of resources but not enough professional talent to put them to use. Now it seems I'm about to recruit a master weapon refiner. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1238. A talented ally. Wang Wei followed the Sky Pavilion Master to a sun in a cosmic star area of the Lawless Zone. At the center of the sun was what Wang Wei would describe as a smithing house that used the sun to create samadhi flames for weapon refining. Wang Wei walked into a room with a muscular elderly man in a simple black robe, a long white beard twisted in a braid, and using a hammer on the mold of a sword. The sight was odd because the elderly man had the aura of an everlasting Empyrean, but his way of refining weapons resembled a blacksmith instead of a cultivator. The blacksmith did not pay attention to their presence and continued hammering. Once he finished, he used his fingers to draw a simple rune on the air that fused with the sword, releasing a golden light indicating its complexion. The blacksmith looked at the sword briefly and shook his head in disappointment. He threw it to the small weapon pile next to him before finally focusing on the people present. Pavilion Master? Are you here for another unreasonable request? I told you there is a limit to even my skills. No, that's not why I'm here, the Sky Pavilion Master swiftly said. This is Emperor Wang, and he is, well, the new leader of the pavilion. I brought him to make your acquaintance. The blacksmith was not stupid and understood the situation, so he gazed at Wang Wei. His eyes were weird. It was as if he was appraising a weapon. Wang Wei was slightly surprised by this man's detection technique, so he did not resist much. With such a unique soul and subdao of refining, it's a shame you're a combatant, the blacksmith uttered. Thank you for the compliment, Wang Wei replied. But how do I address you? You can call me the Flame Blacksmith, and as long as you accept the same terms I had with the Pavilion Master, I don't care who the new leader is. Wang Wei already learned the relationship between those two was not of servitude, but more of an equal partnership. I have no problem with keeping the previous agreement, but my goal is not to be caged in this small place. I have goals and ambitions I must accomplish in the outside world. So can you leave this place and be more active? The Flame Blacksmith looked at him briefly. Then his eyes suddenly turned fiery red. You are, so that's how it is. That time has already arrived. He looked at the Pavilion Master. Give us a moment to talk. The latter looked at Wang Wei, who nodded to him. Do you know my identity? The Flame Blacksmith asked. I do not. I'm the direct disciple of Paragon Bloodrune. Paragon Bloodrune? One of the two primals of the Skill Dao Association? That's right. From what I know, he only had 2 direct disciples, and they were all paragons, Wang Wei stated. My master left his inheritance scattered all over the world to find disciples, and I only passed the test after he died, Black Flame explained. He's met his teacher a handful of times from Limbo, but despite such an odd situation, he was acknowledged as the 3rd direct disciple and received Paragon Bloodrune's teaching. That explains it, Wang Wei nodded. But why are you telling me such sensitive information? For many reasons, but primarily, I want us to be straightforward with our identities or backgrounds to ensure a better alliance or cooperation. Background? You seem sure that I'm not a simple loose cultivator, Wang Wei stated. These people have erased, twisted, or hidden history, so only a few top lineages still have perfectly intact records. The fact that you recognized my master's name, and knew how many disciples he had proved you're not from an ordinary background. Fair point, Wang Wei nodded. My name is Wang Wei, from the Dao Opening Sect. Them? My master did say the chances of the destined one having a deep connection with them were very high. The Flame Blacksmith uttered. Oh. What else did he say? He said that if I have a chance to participate in the closure of this era, I should take it. The blessings from my achievements will help me tremendously in the next era. An era which will be even more brilliant than the Golden Era. Your master is wise, Wang Wei said, but his mind was thinking of something else. Based on the information the sect gave me, the Bloodrune Paragon's goal was always to get his hands on the Refiner Dao position. However, he also accepted his limitations, thus focusing on cultivating an apprentice to accomplish his dreams. His other 2 apprentices have great achievements, but they did not meet his expectations. Could he be trying again with this Flame Blacksmith? Does he have this much potential? If his deduction is true, then an alliance with the Flame Blacksmith will not only help him in his fight against the parasites, but also be a perfect opportunity to expand the Dao Opening Sect's alliances. With this mindset, Wang Wei had a deep conversation with the blacksmith, laying out the groundwork for their alliance/cooperation. Finally, he left with the Sky Pavilion Master. By the way, what was the unreasonable request you asked of him? Wang Wei casually asked after returning to the Azure Sky Pavilion. I wanted him to refine an artifact with lawless iron that was as small as sand, maybe even smaller. That is unreasonable, Wang Wei agreed. But why would you want something like that? No, he said it was a customer request. Who would want such a thing? My apologies, I can't say. Excuse you. No, don't get me wrong, Azure Sky swiftly said. It's not that I don't want to say, but I can't. The customer made me sign the most restrictive contract not to reveal their info. I couldn't even keep any records of this request. Why all the intense secrecy? Wang Wei complained, feeling something was odd. Why did you even entertain such a request in the first place? I had no choice, Azure Sky declared. These parasites crippled my family's connection to the outside world, and it was that person who reinstated it. In fact, this person basically controls our lifeline when it comes to accessing resources from the outside. Although they never interfered or made things difficult for us, it does not change the fact how much power they secretly held in our pavilion. Well, you don't have to worry about that from now on, Wang Wei reassured. Now that he was in control, the pavilions could go through him to get resources. In fact, they will start to operate on a large scale in the outside world while the branch in the Lawless zone will become less important. Wang Wei detected MÖngke and Dulgun had returned, so he went to meet the demons since these people would be underneath him. He needed to assess their potential and know what to expect of them in the upcoming struggles. As such, he gathered all 5 of them, including the poison demoness that he had already met. He sat on a throne, observing all 5 of them. Wang Wei read their fate lines to have a better understanding of their personality, experiences, and capabilities. The poison demoness is an excellent poison cultivator. She's efficient and ruthless in her approach while also keeping a more experimental mindset. However, she becomes useless once her poison does not work. Maybe she should add Gu Dao to expand her repertoire. His gaze turned to the puppet demon. Another ruthless bastard. I guess all of them are ruthless, hence the demon in their name. However, this one even abandoned his flesh and turned himself into a puppet. However, he's too confident in his work as he made such a stupid mistake of leaving his puppet core where his heart was. Once he fixes that and I help him condense the other runes for his myriad Dao core, he will be a force to reckon with. Plus, I can take all his knowledge and experience as a gift for Kai Song. Wang Wei frowned as he looked at the flesh demon. This grafting technique is quite unique, but this bastard went the wrong way. He acquired the body of an indestructible Empyrean, but not the strength of one. He used his grafting method to avoid the tedious and painful process of body refining, but that only made his flesh full of flaws and his willpower extremely weak. Despite his potent flesh, this demon did not even achieve willpower manifestation. He even avoided the true power Dao realm tribulations by taking body parts from people who succeeded. Such an act ruined his luck as he achieved strength without paying the price. Wang Wei could tell this bastard would probably be the first to die in the outside world with how terrible his luck and destiny was. So I must shield this bastard with my own luck and turn him into a genuine body refiner, starting by tempering his willpower. Once he meets my requirements, I can give him my and MÖngke's body parts to turn him into a top expert. Wang Wei was satisfied with this plan, especially after realizing the flesh demon was the most cunning of these 5 individuals. He will be an excellent pawn if used correctly. He turned to the cursed demon, a young man with a morbidly pale complexion and tattoos of black rose that ran from his neck to his back. He looked nothing extraordinary from the surface. However, it seems he was born with a terrifying bloodline curse. The origin of that curse will probably lead to something interesting, but for now this is not something I can deal with. Wang Wei pondered. However, if we can find a way to use that bloodline curse as his power, he will be a great asset. Finally, he looked at the ghost demoness. She was an ugly elderly woman dressed in a dark purple robe. Cultivators can change their appearances at will, unless something unexpected occurs, but she chose that ugly appearance despite having no extenuating circumstances. Through the fate line reading technique, he knew it was due to a heartbreak she suffered in her youth, so he no longer cared. If I can fuse her ghost army with the puppet demon's puppet army, I can cultivate a ferocious legion. He knew how deep the parasite's background was, so he needed all the help possible. Now that he had a better understanding of his team, Wang Wei prepared to finish conquering this place by targeting the 4 gangs. He wanted to be as swift as possible since he sensed that time was not on his side. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1239 The Ruthless King. After planning the next step, everyone separated to fulfill their task. Wang Wei chose the Bloodline Gang as his target, and he dealt with them relatively quickly. He lured their leader, a somewhat rare Snow Thunder Leopard, who was a second-tier Earth Primarch, meaning he was on par with an Empyrean but did not have a Heaven Will. Wang Wei created a secret realm, and left his bloodline inside before luring one of the Bloodline Gang members to find it. The poor lad hurried to notify the upper echelon of the gang, and this secret news soon reached the Snow Thunder Leopard, who quickly rushed over. Once that happened, defeating him and taking control of his gang was relatively easy. Wang Wei returned to their base, where two of the other groups were already waiting. So he's the leader of the Grand Mist Gang, Wang Wei commented as he looked at this man that could be described as beautiful due to his many feminine features. Was there any problem? He asked. He sent MÖngke to deal with this person as the Grand Mist Gang Lord because the latter hated Empyreans, Dao rulers, or any cultivators capable of creating lives. He granted me an audience, but after knowing why I came, he immediately turned hostile, MÖngke replied. Wang Wei nodded as such a response was expected. What's your name? Wang Wei asked. However, the Grand Mist Gang Lord just stared at him. Zobo? A good name, Wang Wei nodded. You're a weird man. You have such a strong hatred for us creators. But you also secretly wish to find one worthy enough to serve, to dedicate your life. I guess it's not so weird since your master treated you so nicely. You probably wanted to relieve that time which was dear to you. Shut up. Don't act like you know me, Zobo yelled. But I do. I would rather die than serve you, Zobo said with gritted teeth. That's fine by me, Wang Wei replied casually. You're not as valuable as you think, especially after I extract your memory on how you survived an Empyrean tier creation tribulation. However, do note that if you kill yourself, I will have the Bloodline Gang leader desecrate your body and soul by letting him eat you and all your people. You monster, Zobo said with gritted teeth. If there is one person he hated more than those Empyreans who played with life as if it meant nothing, it was that racist bastard. He would rather be subservient to someone else than let that leopard win over him. Let's make a deal, Zobo said. Let me kill that leopard, and my life is yours. As I said, you're not that valuable, Wang Wei replied casually. What you're saying is if I'm way more valuable than him, you'll allow it to happen. Interesting, Wang Wei muttered as he held his chin. I'm open to your bargain. But how will you prove your worth? By becoming an everlasting Empyrean, Zobo said with gritted teeth. Oh, that's right. If you become one of my creatures, I can allow you to retake the creation tribulation to become an everlasting Empyrean. But can you survive the tribulation? Unlike my original creations, you'll be truly dead once you fail. I'll survive, Zobo declared with gritted teeth. He knew such tribulation would be, at minimum, 10 times harder than a creation tribulation for a regular Grand Mist life trying to become an everlasting, but he did not care. He would put his life on the line to kill that leopard. Well, I look forward to the result, Wang Wei commented. Did you see how he used this man's desire to control him? It seems I have much to learn in the ways of the human heart, MÖngke said to his wife. Yes, you can learn much from observing him. Once this era ends, it might be difficult for the barbarian race to maintain their neutrality, given their participation in ending the parasites. By then, MÖngke will have to deal with many of these elders who are set in their ways, so having leadership and diplomatic skills like Wang Wei will be crucial for him to navigate the situation, especially before he becomes a primal paragon and has absolute power in the clan. Wang Wei turned his focus on the two people from the crazy thief gang that Dulgun, Ghost and Puppet Demon brought. Who is their leader? These are the Vice Gang leaders, Dulgun explained. As for their leader, well, he disappeared. He ran away from you? No, she responded. He appeared a while ago to announce to the gang that he was entering a deep state of retreat. He did not show up when we raided their headquarters and controlled everyone. So he abandoned his men? The gang leader did not abandon us, said Thin Finger, one of the two vice leaders. Wait until his cultivation is successful. He'll come to kill all of you and return our gang to normal. What a strong faith you have in your leader, Wang Wei commented. Do you think this is the first time this has happened? Thin Finger sneered. Shut up, yelled Blacktooth, the other vice gang lord. Do you want to give the enemy all our information? Thin Finger immediately quieted down, but still stared ferociously at Wang Wei. Indeed, a reliable leader, Wang Wei commented as he observed their past. However, he could not see their leader clearly as he was enveloped in a black fog. This place is full of unique characters, he thought to himself with a smile. Where is the last? Wang Wei suddenly stopped to look in the distance. Did something happen? MÖngke asked. The last group was captured. Really? Their task was to observe and wait for us, so how could they be captured? Did they disobey their orders? MÖngke asked. No. The martial outlaw gang already knew they were coming. It seems that our movement was leaked, or the Ruthless King detected some kind of danger and preemptively attacked, MÖngke summarized. It seems we must do this more directly, Wang Wei said with squinted eyes. He did not waste time and teleported everybody outside the martial outlaw gang's headquarters, a colossal continent. These people were already awaiting their arrival, all dressed in armor and perfectly lined up. These men are not gangsters. They are a well-trained army that has experienced countless battles, Wang Wei thought. I did not expect you would be the one behind this, Barbarian King, said a handsome middle-aged man with a few strings of white hair in his tightly bun hair, black clothes with dragon's designs, and a regal aura. I thought this was an attack from the 5 demons, continued the Ruthless King. But now no, this may not even be your doing. He noticed the fact that Wang Wei was the one in front, and he remembered the news he heard not long ago. Someone defeated the Barbarian King. And who might you be? Wang Wei did not immediately answer him, as someone else caught his attention. 2 people stood behind the Ruthless King, and he knew they were his sons, given how much they resembled him. They were both only eternal emperors, which should not have garnered his attention. However, the one on the left was odd. Firstly, Wang Wei could not tell this young man's exact cultivation realm. At first, he appeared to be only 54% Grand Dao Source, while his brother was 67%, but Wang Wei knew he was hiding his real level, and whatever means he used, it was something even he could not see through. The second thing that drew his attention was this young man's eyes. He was born with the 17th heavenly physique, the double pupil. Lastly, the young man's reaction to their presence was strange. He first glanced at MÖngke with great worry before looking at Wang Wei with horror. All these emotions were very fast, almost unnoticeable before he controlled himself to look calm. Another interesting character, Wang Wei thought before focusing on the Ruthless King. The name is Empyrean Wang. It's a pleasure to meet you, but what should I address you as? The Ruthless King, or would you prefer a more familiar term, like His Majesty? The Ruthless King squinted. Ruthless is fine. After all, I'm just a nationless ruler. I know it must have been hard, but could you quench my curiosity? Wang Wei asked. How was your dynasty destroyed? I'm assuming the parasites did it, forcing you into exile in this place. But why did they destroy it in the first place? Was there a particular reason? Or were you guys just part of a long list of places to clean up? I don't believe this is the kind of conversation strangers should be having. The Ruthless King responded with clenching hands, trying to control his anger. Fair, Wang Wei nodded. So let's get back on track. I believe we reached the part in our conversation where you asked me why I'm doing this. What animosity do I have with you or your gang? The Ruthless King stared at Wang Wei. He could not remember the last time he had a conversation where the opponent completely dominated the rhythm. He used extreme means to calm himself down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1240 The Second Prince. There are no grudges or any relationships between us, Wang Wei said, not giving the Ruthless King time to respond and gain control of the conversation. I need a new force to end the situation outside, and the Lawless Zone was the best place to amass power. The Ruthless King squinted. So you're... That's right, Wang Wei nodded. How about this? If you join me peacefully, I promise to ally with you, and once we achieve our goals, we can go our separate ways. That is not happening, the Ruthless King replied decisively. I figured as much, Wang Wei sighed. I guess I now understand why you're in this situation. You don't know anything about me, so don't pretend like you do. I don't, but it's not hard to deduce. Wang Wei continued casually. You're probably from a top dynasty with paragons. However, they died during the ultimate taboo or the cleanup afterward. Despite these circumstances, your dynasty should still have existed, even if they had to live in embarrassment. Unfortunately, your ego and pride hurt the entire nation. You probably did something that provoked these parasites, or they tried to use you in one of their ploys, and your pride made you bluntly refuse them, causing one of them to annihilate your dynasty. In the end, you had to run with your tail between your legs, living in this place in exile as a shadow of your former glory. That should be the gist of it. Did I miss anything? I should be off in some of the small details. The Ruthless King looked at him, his killing intent almost palpable. The odd thing is it seems you haven't learned anything from that experience, Wang Wei continued. Your ancestors must be rolling in their graves in limbo. I assume you did not come to this place simply to hide from the parasites, but also to hide from the consequences of your actions. After all, once your ancestors are revived, they will definitely dethrone you and may even directly execute you. This restricted place is your best chance at surviving their wrath. You have a sharp tongue, the Ruthless King commented, secretly clenching his fist. It's a shame you used to spew nonsense. Wang Wei ignored his feeble comeback, his gaze focusing on the legion behind him. It seems you're not completely useless. Your men's spirit and morals have not wavered the slightest with my words. So your forte is military training? It's probably how you became the successor in your generation despite your terrible personality and unsuitable mindset for a ruler. Wang Wei then turned to the princes behind the Ruthless King. Your father's fate is sealed. If any of you can control his legion, I will be more than happy to work with you instead of him. If you wish to exercise filial piety, I can even spare his life as long as you promise to control him properly. Stop talking nonsense, yelled the first prince. You're stupid if you think we will betray our own father. I see, Wang Wei replied with a hidden smirk. His focus was on the second prince, the eye with the double pupil. Although the latter nodded in agreement, Wang Wei detected his hesitation. What a shame, Wang Wei sighed. Anyway, where are my people? The flesh and poison demons were captured, and he wanted to know their whereabouts. They are safely kept by me, the Ruthless King quickly replied, feeling he finally had some sense of control over the situation. However, I don't know how. I won't negotiate anything with you regarding their safety, Wang Wei cut him off. If you keep them alive, I promise not to touch your family lineage. Although you'll be gone, you can take comfort in the fact your lineage remains and might one day keep their status as emperors. By this point, veins were popping on the Ruthless King's neck. This is not how things are going to proceed. Do you understand me? Do you not understand your situation? Wang Wei rebutted. Do you think you can win in this situation? I have experienced millions of battles, and one thing I've learned is that there is always a way, no matter how dire the situation, the Ruthless King sneered. Wang Wei sighed, slightly exasperated. Do you think you're the only one accomplished in military tactics? Wang Wei asked. In your current situation, the only way out is to draw long enough against us until the hidden master hears of this disturbance and comes to put an end. Sadly for you, his presence will not change the situation. The Ruthless King's heart skipped a beat. The enemy was correct. As soon as he saw all these leaders show up, he knew this method was the only way for him and his people to survive. Now that we have everything laid up, I'm giving you one last chance. Surrender peacefully and spare your people this bloodshed. Father, please accept his offer, the second prince thought to himself, despite knowing it would be pointless, giving his father's pride and stubbornness. He knew how terrifying this group was, especially the Barbarian King, and this Empyrean Wang. One of his double-eye abilities is to determine people's talent. Over the years he developed his own system to classify an individual's talent. Worthless, genius, heaven-chosen, which is further divided into low, middle and top and monstrous. Monster-level talent is the highest tier that someone can be born with, but not the highest level he's created. Above that are once-in-a-generation talent, once-in-an-era talent, and anomalies. However, to achieve these levels, innate talent is no longer applicable. Cultivators must achieve certain tasks or goals, like breaking the barrier between mortals and immortals or achieving 9 supremacy, to go beyond the monstrous tier. Then there is the level at the top of this list, the anomalies. The second prince did not even know such a level existed until he one day accidentally saw Empress Wu from afar, and his eyes detected a level of talent that had never seen in someone else. The prince thought his eyes may have made a mistake for many years, until he met the Barbarian king. The latter was the only person close to the anomalous level, seemingly very close but missing some other factor. So he classified the Barbarian king as pseudo-anomaly. Today the second prince met the second true anomalous talent in his life, Emperor Wang. The second prince did not know why these anomalies were so scary, but they have displayed extraordinary powers and accomplishments so far. He knew his father did not stand a chance, even if he convinced himself that talent was not always equal to strength. The answer is still the same, the Ruthless king said calmly, already regaining his composure. A man should die standing up, never on his knees. Father, your stubbornness has doomed us again, the second prince sighed. I must do something. I can respect your choice and mindset as a cultivator. Of course, you're very unfit as a ruler and leader, Wang Wei said. However, ultimately, my view of you does not matter. Since you've chosen, let's get this over with. Under Wang Wei's order, the puppet and ghost demons summoned their armies. He used his yin-yang Dao to summon a symbol underneath these legions floating in the void. Then, the ghosts started to fuse with the puppets, turning their eye sockets into soul flames. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction. With his actions, these powerful puppets now had more soul/spiritual attacks. Additionally, they can transform into a ghost state, providing them some intangibility. Such a state is also an excellent way to protect their puppet cores. Then, Wang Wei proceeded to activate his awakening and summon his 11 fate palaces. He arranged them in a weird shape before they suddenly linked into a magic circle with intricate designs. The palaces released a unique fluctuation that affected the area. The Empyreans were the first to notice what had happened. They could not summon their creations from their grand mist world. Wang Wei knew one of his weaknesses was his young age, which prevented him from even cultivating enough creation lives. As such, he immediately banned them in this battle. Be ready, the Ruthless king ordered with an ugly expression, and his legion responded in unison to his command. The two princes suddenly swallowed a pill, and their strength instantly reached the Empyrean realm. Then, a Chi-Luck dragon from their dynasty manifested in the void before fusing with the three and blessing them. Be careful, Wang Wei strangely warned the group. Did you also notice that fleeting gaze? MÖngke asked. I thought I was overthinking. No, it was there, Wang Wei stated. You're familiar with the hidden master. Do you think it's him? It was so fast that I couldn't tell, MÖngke replied. However, if someone can spy on us without being detected, it would be him. Wang Wei groaned softly. Anyway, prepare for possible interference and maybe even a sneak attack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1241 Settle. Wang Wei did not want to spend much time in this battle, so he went all out from the very beginning. His body released a dark and eerie aura that enveloped the surroundings. The Ruthless king was immediately on guard, which was a wise move. A ghost-like figure dressed in all black, with a bony face and a scythe, suddenly manifested behind him and swung its weapon. The Ruthless king felt that death itself had come knocking on his door, so his intuition warned him to get as far away as possible from this embodiment of death. His feet turned golden, with small dragons rotating around his ankle. With one step, the Ruthless King was a few hundred light years away from the creature. However, Wang Wei had predicted his movement as he moved exactly next to a colossal black door that became visible due to his presence. The door opened, releasing a suction force trying to capture him. The Ruthless King heard the cries of millions of souls, many of which he felt were people he had once killed. He resisted the suction, trying to move away from this terrifying thing. However, Wang Wei suddenly appeared before him and punched him into the door. The Ruthless King's dragon protection technique manifested the head of a dragon in the exact spot where Wang Wei's fist landed, protecting him from a direct attack from the fist. However, the force behind the punch still sent him flying into that terrifying door that resembled a ferocious beast's maw. As the Ruthless King approached the death door, he finally used his Dao. "I reject death," he screamed in his mind, and that's exactly what happened. His rejection Dao allowed him to reject the very concept of death itself. The door dissipated, but the Ruthless King's suffering had only begun. What about the death of the mind? Wang Wei's voice echoed. The Ruthless King found himself in his sea of consciousness, but with each passing moment, everything around him turned slightly darker. He knew once everything turned black, this would mean the death of his mind, his memories, the death of his soul. He tried to reject death a second time, but this attempt was futile. The Ruthless King reacted swiftly and changed tactics. He rejected all negative status affecting his mind, soul, and spirit. His swift reaction allowed him to block the enemy's technique, but his soul was slightly injured in the process. Boom! A powerful force hit the Ruthless King on his chest, sending him flying away. His dragon protection cracked under the sheer power of that fist, and the additional boost from the enemy's true will. Luckily for him, his Dao will was decent, and he protected himself. The Ruthless King rejected all force and momentum around him, allowing him to regain control of his body. However, he saw a pair of terrifying eyes coldly glancing at him. A terrifying pain rushed to his body. The pain was so intense that his soul, no, his very existence could feel it. As he was about to reject pain from his body, Wang Wei's fist exploded his head and annihilated his soul with one punch. Such a swift and decisive move should have ended this battle. However, this was far from the truth. The Ruthless King's headless body suddenly exploded, forcing Wang Wei to take 5 steps back into the void. "A longevity resource?" he muttered. Wang Wei could tell his opponent was not dead. However, with his background, it makes sense. He looked in the distance, and as expected, the Ruthless King revived with a grim expression. The situation was less than ideal, and when it came to someone of this caliber, he could not even use his longevity technique to fake his death. What is taking him so long? The Ruthless King was still hoping for the hidden master to come to rescue him. "Father, please surrender," the second prince suddenly transmitted through divine sense. "Shut up, you unfilial son," the Ruthless King rebutted. "Look around. We have no chance." The Ruthless King saw the situation. His legions first had the advantage, but with time, these mindless puppets that have no fear and are boosted by countless ghosts started to wear them out and slowly regain the lead. The Barbarian King instantly captured his first son, while the second barely held on with the help of the martial gang lord, who was once his greatest general. "You should have noticed the difference between our power," Wang Wei said. "Now why don't you do the smart thing and surrender? It's fine if you don't want to serve under anyone else. You can retire and choose one of your sons to become my subordinate." "Save your breath," the Ruthless King replied without hesitation, making Wang Wei exhale deeply. "I truly hate people like you," Wang Wei stated. His offers have been more than generous, considering he was trying to conquer this place and not play around. However, this man refused any and all concessions. His stubbornness reminded him of that guy from the martial hegemony world. "Fine. Have it your way," Wang Wei sneered. "I'll ensure you stay dead this time." As Wang Wei went on the offensive, the Ruthless King responded in kind. His body released a strange yellow mist-like energy, which was in fact final grand mist. The Ruthless King used one of Empyrean's desperate measures. He sacrificed his grand mist world, destroying it and killing all the lives inside to revert them into Cosmos Grand Mist Chi, He then sacrificed his Grandmist will to reverse Yang into Yin, turning the Cosmos Grandmist into Final Grandmist. The Ruthless King transformed the intense yellow energy in his palms into dragons to magnify their effects as he rushed toward Wang Wei with a brutal attack. No matter how good his defense or his control of true will, the potent effect of the Final Grandmist should be enough to severely injure him. Once that happens, it will be easier for me to prolong this battle, the Ruthless King thought, his actions decisive and ruthless. Sadly, the Ruthless King made two mistakes. Firstly, he severely underestimated the effect of limit indestructibility, especially in the Empyrean realm. As such, even if he were facing MÖngke, this attack would only lightly injure him. The second mistake was he did not know his opponent well enough. Grandmist is considered the first chi/force/power of the Chaos Universe, but that's not entirely true. Nothingness was the first. Although it only existed briefly before becoming Grandmist, it is still the predecessor. As such, Wang Wei, whose body was nourished by nothingness, had an extremely high immunity to Final Grandmist. However, he did not use this immunity for this clash. Instead, he used an absorbing spell to swallow all of the Ruthless King's Grandmist chi, and convert it into the power of nothingness. As such, the final result of this clash was Wang Wei holding a shocked Ruthless King by his neck as he looked at him calmly. "You're lucky. You did not annoy me enough or be such a threat that I need to go the extra length to grant you true death," Wang Wei calmly stated. "And by the time you revive yourself, it should be time for your dynasty to judge your incompetence." The Ruthless King's body dissipated. His eyes showed calmness, even a sense of relief. "The battle over there is finished?" MÖngke thought. "I guess I should put an end to this." Giant pressure. He summoned the weight of all the giants fused in his body, and converted them into a gravitational pressure that he released on this entire battlefield. Everyone who was not his ally was forced to kneel, unable to move a muscle. Wang Wei returned to the group, secretly nodding in satisfaction. He glanced at the second prince. "I will not provide true death to your father. So, you should understand what I want." "Don't worry, sir, we will surrender and serve you loyally," the second prince immediately replied. "Bastard, who gave you the right to speak for me?" "For us?" yelled the first prince. "This idiot," the second prince thought. He did not hesitate to use a soul attack to instantly annihilate his brother's soul. "I apologize about my brother. He won't be an eyesore anymore." "Decisive, I like that," Wang Wei praised. "But can you control your people?" "Half of the Legion are my people," the second prince calmly announced this shocking truth. "As long as I convince General Long, the other half will follow me." "Good. I'll give you half an hour." The prince immediately started to converse with the Martial Gang Lord, or as most people knew him, General Long. A little over 10 minutes later, the general boldly declared, "We will serve the second prince." "Excellent," Wang Wei smiled. "Let's return to the Azure Sky Pavilion. I'm interested in your story." Dulgun waved her staff to open a large portal for large-scale use. One by one, everyone left the battlefield until only Wang Wei remained. He looked in the distance, lost in thought. Was it someone else's sight I detected? Or was it the hidden master? But he's planning something else? Wang Wei grunted softly. He did not like the uncertainty of it all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.